Chapter 21. The Head of the Off Family. It's doo-doo. I don't know when the kid ran to Amok's side, but now he's being squeezed tightly by Amok, his whole body contorted. Let him go. Amok, you're awake. The man and I spoke at the same time, both rushing towards Amok. At this moment, Amok had absorbed all the black smoke, and his eyes were wide open, glaring at Doo-doo. Amok, let him go. They came to save you. I grabbed Amok's arm, afraid that he would do something to Doo-doo in anger. Stay away from me. They are Thai monks, Amok said coldly, without even glancing at me while speaking. So what if they're Thai monks? They saved you, didn't they? I said strangely, looking at Amok's expression. It seemed like he had some deep-seated feud with Thai monks. Amok didn't say anything more. He pushed me away, and with a wave of his hand, threw Doo-doo out. Seeing this, the Thai monk shouted, "Damn it!" and flew up to catch him. As he caught Doo-doo, my vision suddenly went dark, and I lost all sensation. When I woke up, I found myself lying in a hotel. The Thai monk and Doo-doo were nowhere to be seen, only Amok was sitting beside me. His face was cold, and when he saw me wake up, he didn't say anything, just stared at me as if I owed him a fortune. Soon, I shivered under his gaze. Amok, why are we in a hotel? And why did I suddenly faint? My neck hurts now too. Did you hit me? I started a conversation with Amok as if nothing had happened, rubbing my neck as I spoke. I knew without asking that I had fainted because he had hit me. Yes, I knocked you out. Amok nodded. I didn't expect him to admit it so frankly, without even a hint of remorse. Then Doo-doo, seeing how unreasonable he was, I didn't know what to do. Luckily, Amok was willing to answer me, so I cautiously mentioned Doo-doo. But before I could ask how they were, Amok looked at me coldly, turned around and walked towards me. Tell me the truth, did they give you that nail? Oh, no, I didn't expect Amok to still be thinking about the nail. Moreover, now that I knew the origin of the nail, I felt guilty and changed the subject. I don't know them, but after leaving the hospital room, you became extremely weak, your body as light as a feather. I panicked and didn't know what to do, so I searched online and found them to save you. Searched online? Where is the internet? Amok asked, his expression very serious. I just remembered that he's an old ghost who died over 100 years ago. He wouldn't know what the internet is. Although he's been awake for a year and understands this era somewhat, it's still difficult to explain this completely new internet product to him. I vaguely explained that it's similar to a spider web, a huge network where anyone can post information, and others will see it. That's how I found the mixed-race Thai monk. It was all just luck. I didn't know that monk at all, blah blah. I explained a lot, not even caring whether Amok understood or not. In short, he just needed to know that it was all accidental that I got the nail, and that I wasn't on the Thai monk's side to harm him. My little life was in his hands, and if I made him angry, I could die young at any time. After listening to me, Amok frowned, probably not understanding anything. He didn't bother listening anymore, cut me off, and told me not to contact that Thai monk again in the future. I nodded like a pecking chicken. I had wanted to skip this topic for a while now. Now that Amok was willing to let it go, I immediately indicated that I would not contact the Thai monk again in the future, and would only focus on finding a wife for Amok. After saying that, I asked Amok if he could let me go out to find something to eat. I had slept for so long, my stomach was growling. He nodded, not making things difficult for me, and even told me to dress nicely, because he would take me out for a good meal later. At this moment, I noticed a light blue dress at the end of the bed. The style was very beautiful, the material was good, and it looked expensive. I was immediately overjoyed. I didn't expect this old ghost who had been dead for over 100 years to be so romantic, not only inviting me to a feast, but also buying me such a beautiful dress. I grabbed his arm and thanked him with a smile. Now I realized that he was actually very good, except that he was a bit dangerous when angry. Otherwise he was a perfect person, handsome, strong, romantic, and treated me well. Ha ha. Just as I was extremely happy, Umak, whose face had been gloomy for so long, suddenly smiled. Don't be so happy. I'm taking you out to eat as a secondary thing, mainly to take you to meet someone. Meet someone. Who? I felt strange. After all, Himak had been dead for over 100 years. Who in this world would still know him? Who was he planning to take me to meet? Tin, my grandson, who is now the head of the family. Jiangmin is so big, it's difficult to find Lam Yanhe with my own strength alone. I must rely on the power of other people in the family. Himak said, and then took the blue dress and reached out to lift the blanket, as if he was going to put it on me. I was startled and immediately held onto the blanket, saying that I could change myself, and wouldn't bother him. As I spoke, I saw a small piece of paper falling out of the dress, which looked like a credit card receipt. Wait, a credit card receipt. Where did Himak get a credit card? Immediately, I had a bad feeling and quickly picked up the credit card receipt to look at it. After looking at it, I was so angry that I wanted to shoot him dead. Even though I had guessed that the value of the dress was not low, I didn't expect him to dare to buy a dress for over 30 million, and even use my card. I had worked and studied for 3 long years to save over 30 million, and Himak spent all my money on just one dress. I angrily gasped for breath, glaring at Himak, cursing him in my heart. This damn guy. He doesn't learn anything else, but he learns how to swipe a card and spend money so quickly. Damn it, how did he know my bank card password? The culprit Himak was still smiling at me. Seeing me staring at him, he didn't say a word, directly reached out and lifted the blanket. Before I could react, he had already put the dress on me and zipped it up. After he was done, he assessed me as if he was appreciating his masterpiece, nodding and saying, "Well, it's finally barely presentable. When you see my grandson later, act appropriately. Our family is a famous family, don't let me lose face. Lose his sister. If he thinks I'm embarrassing, then don't take me." I cursed again in my heart. As expected, ghosts are all stingy people. Just so he can see Ding Kong Han, did he have to take revenge on me like this? I wasn't happy at all, and gloomily fixed my clothes and hair before going out with him. Himak didn't pay attention to me either, took me out of the hotel and used the money in my wallet to take a taxi to the best hotel in Jiangmen, the Hilton. Hearing that name, I almost jumped up. With the little money in my wallet, I could probably only order a plate of pickles at the Hilton. Seeing my stingy look, Himak ridiculed me bluntly, saying that I didn't have to pay for this meal, and that he could earn back the little money I spent in a few minutes. You said it yourself, choosing the Hilton for a meal means your grandson is very rich, right? Later, during the meal, you tell your grandson to pay for this dress for me, I said immediately. After a while, the taxi stopped in front of the Hilton Hotel. At the door, besides the hotel staff, there was also a young man in a suit and leather shoes, about 1.80 meters tall, with a few features similar to Himak. Because he was so handsome, it was very eye-catching for him to stand in front of the hotel. I've always liked beautiful things, and my eyes can't leave handsome guys. Then I turned to ask Himak if that was his grandson, how old he was, and if he had a girlfriend. Himak laughed, saying that with my personality, that guy probably wasn't his grandson, but with his appearance and aura, he must be some relative. After saying that, he looked at me with a gentle smile. What? Do you like him? I nodded instinctively. Who doesn't like handsome guys? Not only do I like him, I like all the stars on TV. But before I could say anything, my thigh suddenly felt a sharp pain. Himak still had a gentle smile on his face, but his claws landed on my thigh, grabbed a piece of flesh and pinched it hard. Ah! I cried out in pain, tears streaming down my face, and quickly pushed his hand away, scolding. Are you crazy? Why are you pinching me for no reason?" But I regretted it as soon as I finished scolding, because I saw that Amok's expression had darkened. Although he was still smiling, that smile was extremely cold, as if it would explode at any moment. "Loc Duong, a person should be loyal. You are my woman now, don't fantasize about other men. Do you know what your behavior would be like in our time? Put in a pig cage and drowned. Since when did I become your woman?" I was still crying from the pain, but my voice had softened, and even I felt wronged when I heard it. Amok didn't expect me to be so aggrieved. He was stunned for a moment, his expression softened a little, and said, "Anyway, you are my woman now, so you must be loyal to me. Get out of the car, let's go see who that kid is." After saying that, Amok took my hand and helped me out of the car. I was still angry about him pinching me, it really hurt, and I knew without looking that it was bruised. So I tried to shake his hand away, feeling extremely annoyed in my heart. Did he mean that since I had slept with him, I was his person, and I had to be dedicated to him alone, and couldn't like other men? But he clearly pretended to be Vuong Van to have a relationship with me. If I had known it was him at that time, I would rather have died than agreed. Handsome as he is, he's still a ghost. He even said that he would let me go when he found Lam Yen He, so wouldn't I not only have to find a lover for him, but also have to keep myself for him for the rest of my life? How shameless! I followed behind Amok, thinking irritably. As soon as the handsome guy saw Amok, he took the initiative to greet him. I don't know what kind of relationship he had with Amok, but in short, he recognized Amok's identity immediately, respectfully stepped forward and said, "I greet second grandfather, second grandmother, my name is Udon, my father is Utin. Today, my father has an emergency and couldn't come, so he sent me here. I didn't expect you two to be so young." After saying that, he made a gesture of invitation, leading us into the hotel. I looked at Udon in surprise. He looked so young and handsome, but I didn't expect his way of speaking to be so polite, even more like an ancient person than Amok. He even called me second grandmother. I'm younger than him, it feels so strange to be called that. But his attention didn't fall on me at all. After greeting me, he walked beside Amok, whispering as he walked, asking about the situation of Lam Yen He, obviously knowing the purpose of Amok's visit. I was also quite curious about the Lam Yen He who was buried with Amok, so I moved closer to eavesdrop on her affairs. Unexpectedly, Amok didn't intend to let me know. He deliberately spoke so softly that I couldn't hear clearly even though I was so close. This made me very annoyed. After all, he wanted to use me to find Lam Yen He, so why did I don't get to know the news about Lam Yen He? Well, I was just a fool, completely ignorant about Lam Yen He. But my mentality quickly balanced out, because the waiter brought the menu. Looking at the beautiful pictures on the menu, my cravings spread out, turning sadness into action, pointing at the menu and ordering a series of dishes. It's rare to come to such a high-end restaurant once, and it's not even my money. I can pack up what I can't finish. Just as I was tired of ordering, the two people who had been whispering to each other for a while suddenly turned up the volume to normal. Don said that his father couldn't come this time because the police station called him to assist in solving a case. Recently, several cases of missing young women have occurred in Jiangmen, and he asked if Amok was interested in going to see it together. Cases of missing young women? Not just one or two cases. Such a big thing happened in Jiangmen, but I haven't seen any news. Immediately, Udon attracted my attention, also because Jiangmen is the city where I have lived since I was a child. Now that something has happened, of course I care. Well then, I also admit that my curiosity accounts for a little more. The internet is very peaceful now, with no news at all. It seems that the police have blocked it. These are internal news. Because of my nosy personality, I really hoped that Amok could go and see, and take me with him, because this was much more fun than the affairs of that Lam Yen He that I knew nothing about. Sure enough, Amok didn't disappoint me. He nodded, saying that the police were looking for Tin to assist in solving the case, so there must be some secrets in this matter, and it would be good to go and see. After the discussion was over, the dishes I ordered were brought up. I got what I wanted, and happily buried my head in eating. It seemed that the two of them weren't interested in food at all, only concerned with talking about the development of the family over the years. Do looked only 24 or 25 years old, and the two of them looked quite similar. Sitting close together, they looked no different from brothers. But after comparing them from a certain distance, I found that Amok's face was a bit more angular than Doan's, looking more resolute, with more masculine charm. It seemed that Amok was a bit more handsome. I ate while giving them both a beauty score. By the time I finished eating, their conversation had also ended. I asked the waiter to pack up the things that were not eaten, and then went outside with Amok. Outside the hotel, a Mercedes was already waiting there. After inviting us into the car, Doan drove east. I knew that direction. My uncle's house was that way. While on the road, I chatted with Doan, asking him about the cases of missing young women. Chapter 22. Brewing Blood Curse. Because of his relationship with Amok, Doan respected me a lot, constantly calling me second mistress this and second mistress that, saying, "Currently, the cases related to missing young women in the city have exceeded 10. According to what we've gathered, these missing girls are between 14 and 24 years old. The first place where a missing girl was reported was an orphanage, where 3 16-year-old girls disappeared simultaneously in one night. Less than 2 months later, a hospital and an individual reported disappearances. Seeing that the number of missing people is increasing, the City Bureau realized this was a serious case, so they've focused on blocking information." "So what happened after that? Did they find the culprit?" "Your dad went to help solve the case. Is he a detective?" I asked. Doan heard this and looked at me through the rearview mirror, laughing as he said, "It's not like that, second mistress. You're new to the family so you don't know, but the family has always been a family of yin and yang. Most of the family members are yin and yang practitioners, and they don't concern themselves with mundane matters." Could I say that I didn't understand anything? What's this about a family of yin and yang practitioners? What the hell is that? It was really annoying. I didn't like chatting with people like Doan at all. He's so young, he could learn anything, but he insists on using those ancient terms. Couldn't he speak in a more understandable way? I sullenly looked at Amok. Before we came, he told me to act the part. Now I don't understand what Doan is saying. What if he thinks his second mistress has limited knowledge? Every generation of the family has been yin and yang mages, practicing feng shui, choosing burial sites for people, and helping others seek good fortune and avoid misfortune. They don't do any other jobs. So Tin and Doan are both yin and yang mages." Noticing my confusion, Amok explained, "Oh, so it's like fortune-telling. Were you a fortune-teller when you were alive?" I asked, suddenly very curious about Amok's life. After being together for a few days, Amok and I had become much more familiar. Moreover, he took my first time, so subconsciously, I had a very strange feeling, wanting to learn more about him. Amok seemed speechless because of my summary of fortune-teller, but he didn't say anything more, only forced a smile and said, "You could understand it that way. So Tin is a fortune-teller, and now the police department has asked him to help solve the case. Could it be that this missing young women case is caused by demons?" I immediately sobered up and looked at Amok anxiously. After a while of talking, the car turned several times and entered a small alley. Looking around this alley, I felt inexplicably familiar, but I couldn't remember where it was for a moment. Before I could figure it out, the car stopped at the end of the road, where a dirty river surrounded the city. There was a small stone bridge over the river, and next to the stone bridge stood a person in a police uniform. A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s stood in the crowd, wearing a suit and leather shoes, with an imposing presence. It seemed he was Tin, Doan's father. After getting out of the car, Yudo led us towards the stone bridge, then approached the middle-aged man and introduced us. Looking at Tin, I instinctively wanted to call him Uncle, but in front of all the police officers here, he called me Aunt, which made me feel very awkward. I couldn't acknowledge it, and I couldn't not acknowledge it, so I awkwardly told him to just call me Loc Duong in the future. After all, Tin was older, more knowledgeable, and not as petty as Udon. He smiled and nodded, then pulled Mok aside to talk. Left alone, I felt too bored, so I pulled Udon to stroll along the riverbank, conveniently asking what was wrong with this river. The last missing girl was named Thatchkaka. The last time she appeared was in the area of that stone bridge. Her house is also nearby. The time of her disappearance was around last night, so today. Before he could finish speaking, I interrupted him. Wait, I know this place. When I entered that alley just now, I felt that this place was very familiar, but I couldn't remember it right away. This river surrounds Jiangmin in a circle, and it's surrounded by greened trees, which all look very similar, so I didn't recognize it just now. But after walking with Don for a while, I got closer to my uncle's house. When I was little, I often went to my uncle's house to play with my cousin. I had been around here before, so I felt that small alley was very familiar. But later, when I grew up, I mainly stayed at school, spending less time at my own house, let alone my uncle's. Now that I think about it, when I was little, there was another person who often played with my cousin. I think her name was Kaka or something. Could this missing girl Thatchkaka be the person who used to play with me when I was little? My cousin suddenly went crazy, and her friend Thatchkaka also disappeared. Could these two things be related? Thinking of this, I immediately told Adon my guess. Hearing this, he became serious, saying that these two things were very likely related, so he led me back to the stone bridge and reported it to Atin. At that time, Atin was talking to the police. Hearing what Adon said, he looked at Amok standing beside him. Amok's expression also became heavy. He grabbed my hand and asked, "Are you sure your cousin knows Thatchkaka?" I nodded. This area is so small, everyone knows each other. It seems it's not a coincidence. Now, we're going to the hospital. With that, Amok pulled me towards the Mercedes. Don also quickly followed to drive, leaving Oitin to continue searching for other clues with the police. No one said anything on the way, and we went straight to the hospital, heading to my cousin's room. But as soon as I got to the floor where my cousin was staying, I heard a lot of noise. It seemed like someone was arguing in the doctor's office, and there was also a woman's wailing. I felt a sudden panic, because that sound was not unfamiliar. It was my aunt's. I quickly pulled Smock and ran into the doctor's office, and saw my aunt sitting on the ground crying, hitting the attending doctor with her hands. My parents were standing next to her, both at a loss, crying along with my uncle. "Mom, what happened?" I quickly asked my mother. My mother was startled when she saw me, and subconsciously looked behind me. I don't know when Himok had transformed into Vuongvan's appearance. Seeing my mother, he also stepped forward, gently patting her back to make it easier for her to breathe. "Your cousin is missing. After Daimok treated her, she recovered normally, but because she was injured, she stayed in the hospital, but now she's missing. A perfectly healthy child. I don't know what she's done to deserve this." Before she could finish speaking, my mother's eyes were already red. "Auntie, did she go missing last night?" Amok's eyebrows were tightly furrowed. My mother was stunned, looking at Himok in surprise, asking, "How do you know?" "It seems that's the case," Himok said. Then he stepped forward to help my aunt, who was still wailing, stand up, saying seriously, "Auntie, don't worry. Duong Zuong's cousin is also my cousin. I will definitely find her. Don't cry any more." My aunt had cried so much that her eyes were swollen like two peaches. At first, hearing what Mok said, she didn't react, but when she saw that the person in front of her was Vuong Van, she immediately threw herself at him, nodding repeatedly, asking Vuong Van to find her cousin. Hamok nodded, telling me to take my mother and aunt home to rest, only keeping my uncle, telling him to find a pair of underwear or a shirt that my cousin had worn, saying it would be useful. Seeing Hamok make such a request, my uncle was a little surprised, but the most important thing right now was to find my cousin, and Vuong Van was my boyfriend, so he didn't say anything, turning around and entering the ward, rummaging through my cousin's clothes and finding a bra, handing it to Hamok. Hamok didn't touch it, but only told me to put it in a bag. Then he said goodbye to my uncle, and led me out of the hospital. Just now, I didn't dare to ask him what was going on because my family was there. Now that we were out of the hospital, I quickly asked Hamok why my cousin disappeared with Thatch Kaka, and he said he would find my cousin, so did he know her whereabouts? Hamok shook his head, saying that this matter was not as simple as I thought. Considering the age of the missing people, they were all in their second puberty. During this period, the physiological symptoms of girls begin to show, which is when the yin energy in the soul is the most abundant. So many young women have disappeared. If they haven't been raped and killed by perverts, then there is only one possibility, which is that they have been used by someone to practice the brewing blood curse. I immediately became extremely tense. Just hearing the name, I knew that this brewing blood curse was very dangerous. I quickly asked what the brewing blood curse was. Hamok said, brewing blood curse means using the blood of young women in their second puberty to bathe, using the pure yin energy and strong resentment to create a large-scale formation. So currently, your cousin's situation is very dangerous. If I'm not mistaken, she may have been captured by a yin and yang mage. Then what should we do? Using the blood of young women to bathe. How much blood do you need? Will she survive? I quickly cried out. Of course, it's the amount of blood in a whole person. If a person has no more blood, do you think they can survive? Seeing me asking him repeatedly, Hamok glared at me with annoyance. At this time, we were back in the car. Don had been waiting in the car for a while. Seeing the bra in my hand, he was a little dazed, and then asked Hamok, Second Master, are you going to summon the soul? Hamok nodded. Hearing the words summon the soul, I was scared out of my wits, worried that something bad had happened to my cousin. But seeing Hamok's ugly expression, I was afraid that asking too much would make him angry, so I just sat anxiously next to Hamok, tightly holding his hand, secretly praying that nothing would happen to my cousin. No wonder he shares the same blood as Hamok. Don't seem to be very in sync with him, not asking Hamok where to go next, but driving off, stopping only when he reached the foot of a mountain, saying, We're here. Hamok nodded, telling me to take the bag containing my cousin's bra. Then the three of us walked towards that deserted mountain. After about half an hour, a small temple appeared in this desolate mountain area. Don't must have known this temple already. There were 3 big words on the temple door. Earth God Temple. I didn't know what they were doing at this Earth God Temple, but Hamok had promised my aunt that he would definitely find my cousin, so now I could only place my trust in him. Don and I entered the temple together, going straight to the main hall. It was called the main hall, but it wasn't very big. There was a table with a relatively large clay statue on it, its face black, making people feel gloomy, not looking like a god at all. I couldn't help but feel scared, turning my head to look at Hamok, but there was nothing behind me. Hamok was nowhere to be seen. Don, where's your second master? My heart was pounding, grabbing Don and asking. He's outside the temple. Second master's current identity isn't convenient to appear in here. Don explained. That's right. Hamok is a ghost. Although the earth god isn't a great immortal, he's still a god. Gods and ghosts can't coexist. But if gods and ghosts can't coexist, why is he summoning the soul in the earth god temple? Could it be that my cousin's soul isn't a ghost? This was too complicated. I couldn't figure it out, so I panicked, asking Don what to do next. Don said that although he had learned magic since he was little, he didn't have natural talent, so his cultivation wasn't high, so only Mok could use the soul summoning technique. We were responsible for arranging the necessary items, helping Emok summon the soul. After speaking, Mudon took some grains such as rice and beans out of the bag he had brought, put them in a bowl and placed it on the table. Then he took out 3 incense sticks, lit them and stuck them in the bowl of rice. After arranging everything, he told me to take out my cousin's brow and put it in front of the incense sticks, then told me to wait in the temple, and he went out to inform Emok to prepare to cast the spell. I nodded, obediently waiting in front of the altar. But after he left, Don didn't come back. I was the only one left in the Earth God temple, along with that scary Earth God statue, with 3 incense sticks burning in front of me. I regretted letting Don go to inform him. I should have had Don stay and wait, and I should have gone to find Emok. At least I would have felt safer next to Emok. While I was endlessly regretting, suddenly a whirlwind arose in the main hall. That wind was very strange. Although it wasn't the hot summer, the temperature wasn't very low, yet that wind was unusually cold, like the wind blowing by the river in the cold winter, making my whole body shiver. What was even more terrifying was that the stronger the wind blew, the darker the main hall became, as if the sky and earth had suddenly turned black, making that Earth God statue even more gloomy and terrifying. I immediately screamed in terror, unable to worry about helping Emok anymore, turning around and running out. I didn't know why, but I had a strong feeling that this place was very dangerous. Someone wanted to harm me. I frantically ran out, shouting Emok's name as I ran, but no matter how much I ran, that door was still very far away from me. It seemed like I would never be able to escape. Chapter 23. Teased Again 1. The creepy feeling beside me grew stronger and stronger. I didn't know if I was just hallucinating from fear, or what, but I even felt a vague, indistinct figure fluttering beside me, wanting to grab my shoulder, to latch onto my collar. "Big sister, come play with me, come on, play with me, it's so much fun here." In a split second, I heard my cousin's voice. And her voice was right behind me. Could it be that Emok had successfully summoned her spirit? I turned my head involuntarily and saw my cousin standing right behind me, her face smiling, her eyes staring intently at me. But her body was a little blurry, like a shadow reflected from a 3D lens. Her whole body exuded a coldness, her expression was extremely stiff. Because I had encountered ghosts before, seeing my cousin's ghost in front of me still made me frightened. I quickly grabbed her hand and asked if she was still alive or already dead, and where her body was so I could send someone to rescue her. She continued to smile stiffly, nodding and saying, "Okay, big sister, hurry up and save me, my body isn't too far away. I'll take you to find it." After saying that, my cousin pulled my hand and walked outside. Strangely, I couldn't run out of the Earth God temple earlier, but under my cousin's guidance, it returned to normal. After just a few steps, we reached the main hall and were able to leave the Earth God temple. I was extremely happy. I didn't expect Emok to be so amazing, to be able to successfully summon her spirit so quickly. I was about to find my cousin, and who knows, maybe I could even rescue the other girls who were captured and burned, and make a great contribution. My cousin led me straight outside, quickly leaving the Earth God temple, but I didn't see Emok and Adon anywhere outside the temple. Weren't they supposed to be outside the temple casting a spell? I felt a little strange. I held my cousin's hand and said to wait a moment. I had to find Emok, otherwise, I couldn't save her by following her alone. Seeing that I refused to follow, my cousin suddenly became agitated, saying that I should go first, and Emok would come to find me later. Then, she flipped her hand over and grabbed my arm, trying to pull me towards the woods. I was caught off guard and stumbled a few steps, but even though my cousin was a spirit, she had terrifying strength. I weighed over 50 kilograms, but she dragged me like a little chick. Very quickly, I was pulled into the woods. The woods were not at all like when I had passed by them earlier. Everything was gloomy, and it felt familiar, like Like when Himok pretended to be the Vuong family's widow. That's right. The same cold feeling. Back then, the Vuong widow, covered in chicken feathers, also felt so gloomy. That was an illusion created by Himok, and now it was the same in the woods. Could this be an illusion created by my cousin's spirit? Suddenly, it occurred to me that if Amok really summoned my cousin's spirit, then Amok should appear. Even if Amok didn't appear, my cousin would take me to find Amok, not take me alone to find her body. My heart trembled. I shook off my cousin's hand and shouted Amok's name loudly. Seeing that I refused to go with her, my cousin's expression suddenly darkened. Her face became sinister, her eyes bloodshot. She grabbed my hand again, and her long nails pierced straight into my flesh, hurting me so much that I sobbed and screamed. Amok, where are you? Come save me! Tears streamed down my face. Just when I was about to be scared to death, I tried my best to shout Amok's name. But after my cousin heard me call Amok's name, she laughed even louder, pulling me into the woods while saying, Amok won't come to save you, come over here with me. Seeing her speak so confidently, my heart panicked even more. I felt like I was about to die. No matter how much I shouted, it was like being cut off. There was no response from Amok. My cousin dragged me straight into the mountains. Just when I felt completely hopeless, I suddenly felt a coldness rush up from inside my mouth, forcing my teeth open and pulling at my tongue and head. It was so tight that my tongue ached, as if someone was gnawing on it, but the intense pain in my tongue caused a gentle coldness to fly to my forehead, and my eyes suddenly lit up. Something suddenly came to my mind. By the time I reacted, the dark and terrifying woods were no longer in front of me. I was still inside the Earth God temple, and in front of me was a handsome face frantically sucking on me. The more he sucked on my tongue, the faster the pain increased. My mouth was filled with the taste of blood. I pushed the person in front of me away. It seemed that Amok hadn't noticed that I had woken up yet and wasn't satisfied. After seeing me waiting angrily for him, his face lit up, and he grabbed my hands, asking, Loc Duong, how do you feel? My tongue and head hurt so much. Why did you bite me? I said angrily. Actually, I wanted to ask why he kissed me, but Adon was watching from the side, and he could kiss me so frankly, even biting my tongue. I was really embarrassed until my eyes and nose turned red. If I didn't bite you, your soul would have been snatched away. Did you want to die? Amok's face had been very worried about me just now, but hearing my question, he became uncomfortable, and his face darkened. Only then did I realize that my cousin's spirit was no longer here. I quickly asked what had happened just now. Weren't we supposed to be summoning my cousin's spirit? Why was I almost taken by someone? Amok was unhappy with my reaction just now, and his face remained cold and silent. Seeing the somewhat awkward atmosphere, Idon hurriedly explained, it was my fault. I made a mistake when setting up the formation. Someone slipped through the loophole and harmed Second Ant outside the danger zone. After saying that, he glanced at Amok, then said softly, Second Ant, don't be angry with Second Uncle anymore. In your situation just now, only the tongue, only blood can escape the illusion. The tip of the tongue concentrates all of a person's essence and can eliminate all negative energy. It has a great influence on ghosts, so Second Uncle. Before he could finish speaking, Amok suddenly glared at him. The distance was so close that I could even feel a hint of viciousness in Amok's eyes. Udon shrank his neck and obediently shut his mouth. But after he said that, I understood. That's right, the blood from the tip of the tongue is the epitome of extreme yang, which is extremely lethal to demons and ghosts. But Amok bit my tongue. He must have touched the blood from the tip of my tongue too. Was he injured? Thinking of this, I subconsciously looked towards Amok. Only then did I realize that his complexion was pale, and his mouth and lips were no longer rosy. Amok, are you okay? I asked Amok. I won't die, Amok said angrily. After saying that, he stood up, pulled me off the ground, and then packed up his things to leave. I was extremely panicked. We came here to summon my cousin's spirit, but now he wasn't summoning her spirit and was leaving instead. Could it be because I had offended him just now? Afraid that he was really angry with me, my tone softened. I grabbed his hand and said with a smile, "Why are we leaving already? Aren't we going to summon her spirit anymore?" "We're not summoning her anymore," Himak said. He didn't explain why he wasn't summoning her spirit. He just looked at me with a complicated expression, which I couldn't decipher. "Don't, Himak. I didn't mean to just now. Please don't be angry with me, okay?" My voice was much gentler. I grabbed his hand and acted coquettishly. I didn't care about my reputation anymore. After all, this was related to my cousin's life and death, and it couldn't be delayed because of my embarrassment. Seeing my reaction, Himak paused slightly. The corners of his mouth curved into a wicked smile, and he asked me, "Are you acting spoiled right now?" It was obvious. I had made it so clear. What else could it be if not acting spoiled? I was really about to die of anger. I didn't expect him to be over 100 years old and still not understand a woman's heart. What woman wants to be exposed when she's acting spoiled? He was practically a terminal cancer patient. But now I had to ask for his help, so I had to nod warily and say softly, "Himak, considering our cooperative relationship, please save my cousin quickly. Moreover, you promised to find my cousin for me." Cooperative relationship? Himak frowned, as if stimulated by those words. "If it's a cooperative relationship, what does your cousin's disappearance have to do with me? Why doesn't it have anything to do with you? You promised me that you would go find her." Seeing Himak say that, I immediately became anxious, as if he was planning to ignore it and not do anything. "I only agreed to help find your wife's cousin, not to cooperate in finding your cousin. You're just someone who's cooperating with me, so you can find your cousin yourself. I might as well spend that time looking for Lam Yen He." Himak narrowed his eyes and pouted. After saying that, he ignored me, turned around, went to the fire god temple, and went down the mountain. I was stunned. Help his wife find her cousin? Was he saying that I was his wife? My heart pounded. In an instant, I felt teased again. Although his personality was fickle, he was handsome and treated me well. If I hadn't met Vuong Van before, I might have been overjoyed to have a husband like him. But thinking of Vuong Van, my heart couldn't help but ache. Himak didn't know where he had hidden Vuong Van. Since I followed him, I hadn't seen Vuong Van again. Was he doing well? Did he resent me? Just as I was lost in thought, I suddenly heard Don's voice in my ear, "Second aunt?" I immediately came back to my senses. "What is it?" "Don't blame second uncle. Just now, your cousin snatched your soul, which clearly shows that she is currently being controlled by a sorcerer. Even if we used the soul summoning spell, we wouldn't be able to summon her. Her soul must have been imprisoned," Don said with a smile, explaining. Only then did I understand, asking Don what to do next. Don didn't answer me, only saying that second uncle had gone far away, and we should quickly leave this place. After saying that, he also left the Earth God Temple and went down the mountain. When I returned to the car, Himak was already sitting comfortably in the back seat. I had misunderstood him earlier, and now I didn't dare to face him, so I turned around and sat in the front passenger seat. Unexpectedly, as soon as I opened the car door, Himak patted the seat next to him and said, "Sit here." Oh, I didn't know what I was feeling inside, but at this moment, I was as obedient as a little lamb, sitting in the back seat, right next to Himak. He didn't speak, only slowly closing his eyes to rest, as if he was very tired. That's right, even if he didn't have any entanglements, he was injured by my tongue blood just now in order to save me. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel guilty. I gently rubbed against him and took his hand. His hand was ice cold. After I grabbed it, he turned around and held my hand in his palm. I lost my balance and fell into his arms. Clearly, he had been pretending to be very tired just now, but now he looked at me with a bright smile, like a cunning old fox. "Have you acknowledged me as your husband now?" Hamok grabbed my chin, leaned down, and asked me. As he spoke, a stream of cold air wafted onto my face, as if he had just eaten a mint, cool and fragrant. The feeling was like being drunk. I was about to get drunk, but I didn't shake my head in denial. Seeing my infatuated look, Hamok smiled even more happily, leaned down and kissed my lips with a fleeting kiss, then took my hand and said, "Don't worry, even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will find your cousin, whether she's a person or a ghost. I will demand justice for your aunt and uncle." I nodded, smiled softly at him, and a sweet feeling surged in my heart. He was really like my boyfriend, a feeling that I had never had with Vuong Van before. The relationship between me and Vuong Van was always so bland. He treated me well, and I treated him very well. We both tried to cultivate our feelings for each other, and over time, we both felt attached to each other. But finding your cousin still depends on you. Are you afraid? Hamok said seriously, asking me. Depends on me. I was stunned. I didn't know anything. Could I find my cousin by depending on me? Hamok nodded and continued, "That's right. Just now, your cousin's spirit wanted to snatch your soul, which shows that the sorcerer behind her has noticed your existence. Now, if I take action rashly, the sorcerer will be cornered and kill your cousin. So what should we do now? What do I need to do?" Hearing that, I was extremely anxious, asking Hamok without any fear. "That sorcerer didn't commit a crime only once. He will definitely target more girls. We must catch that sorcerer before he finds his target, and then have you be snatched by that sorcerer again. I will follow the pattern to find that sorcerer, and only then can we save your cousin." Use me as bait. After I understood Hamok's intention, I couldn't help but hesitate. I had to know that being asked to be bait to save my cousin was something I couldn't refuse, but I had just experienced being snatched by my cousin's spirit and was extremely frightened. If I were to be bait for someone else now, I was afraid I would be very scared. Hamok looked at me looking troubled, curved his lips, smiled, and asked me, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" After saying that, his eyes stared intently at my face, looking into my eyes. "Don't worry, I will protect you and not let anyone hurt you. Do you believe me?" I said I didn't believe him, but his eyes looked at me with such determination that I had a great sense of security, as if as long as he was there, the sky couldn't fall. Chapter 24. Teased again, too. I had no choice but to obediently nod and say, "I believe you." He nodded, saying nothing further. Just then, Redon's phone rang. He picked it up, glanced at it, and said it was his father calling before putting it on speakerphone. Itin asked if we had found any leads. Redon briefly explained my cousin's disappearance and the spirit summoning I experienced, then asked Itin about the situation on his end. Itin pondered for a moment and asked if my cousin had suddenly gone mad before she disappeared. How did he know that? I immediately grabbed the phone and told Itin about how my cousin had been tortured. Itin said that confirmed his suspicions. Currently, the common thread was that each girl was in a state of mental distress before disappearing, likely due to torture. Therefore, finding a girl who had been tortured would help identify who had disappeared. After saying that, Itin said the police were beginning the process of elimination and would inform us immediately if they had any news. Then he hung up. After returning the phone to Adon, I happily reported the results. Unexpectedly, Hamok didn't seem happy at all, as if he already knew this. He even told Adon to take us back to the hotel. I originally thought we would go look for Itin to work together on the process of elimination. Seeing that Hamok suddenly wanted to return to the hotel, I quickly asked him, "Aren't we going to follow up on the process of elimination?" Mok was silent when I asked him, as if I were asking a stupid question, and said, "Those trivial matters are best left to them. Let's go back to the hotel and rest. If they have any results tomorrow, we can continue then." But I gaped, looking at Imok hesitantly. "What is it? Just say it." Imok frowned, the gentle expression from before vanishing, and he spoke impatiently. "But why do we have to stay at a hotel? Doesn't Vuong Van have a rented room? I have the key. We can go back there," I said. "That's another man's room." "I don't want to stay in another man's room with you," Imok said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, like staying in Vuong Van's room would be an insult to him. I was incredibly annoyed and touched my flat wallet, saying, "But I don't have money to stay at a hotel." "You've already spent all my money." "Not all of it. There's still money on your card." Imok pointed to my wallet and said, his words completely natural, as if he were talking about the money on his own card. I was about to cry. He was such a chauvinist. He always said he was my husband, so shouldn't a husband pay for his wife when staying at a hotel? I looked at Imok with a pained expression, occasionally glancing at Erdone. Didn't he have money? Wasn't he going to invite his second uncle and second aunt to stay at a hotel? Just as I was feeling unbearably uncomfortable, Imok laughed, pinched my nose, and said, "Look how stingy you are. Don't worry, as long as you obediently follow me, I guarantee you'll eat and drink your fill. With your husband's abilities, making money is just a matter of time." Erdone, who had been acting like a corpse, finally turned around and said, "Second aunt, don't worry. The family's assets were mostly earned by second uncle back then. Moreover, if you don't have enough money, you can always ask me for it." With that, he offered a bank card, a silver card with Diamond People's Bank written on it. At a glance, it seemed to have a lot of money. I shamelessly reached for it, but before my hand could touch the bank card, Imok snatched it away. "He's still your uncle, so how can he take your money?" "Don't worry, your aunt has money. If she doesn't, I'll make money for her. A man should provide for his own wife," Imok said. With that, he returned the card and told Erdone not to offer money in the future. As they were talking, the car arrived in front of the Hillston Hotel. Erdone didn't insist further. Seeing Imok's sincere expression, he put away the card and said he would pick us up tomorrow before driving away. Once Erdone left, I gritted my teeth in anger, deliberately ignoring Imok. Unexpectedly, he was even calmer than me. Seeing that I wasn't paying attention to him, he didn't bother with me either, checking in by himself, using my money, of course. After returning to the room, Imok still ignored me, going straight into the bathroom to shower, leaving me alone on the bed, listening to the sound of rushing water, feeling restless. Because I realized a very real problem. The room that Imok booked was a single room with a large bed, but only one room. Of course, if I had booked a room with 2 bedrooms, I would have felt bad about the cost. How would we sleep tonight? Although I had kissed him, hugged him, and even done that with him, it was accidental. He had pretended to be Vuong Van. Now that I clearly knew he was Imok, how could I be so open-minded about sleeping with him? As I realized I was worrying too much, the sound of running water continued in the bathroom. It had been over an hour since we entered the room. I didn't know what Imok was thinking or what he was doing in there. Many times, I couldn't resist my curiosity and considered going to see what he was doing and why he was taking so long to shower. But every time I reached the bathroom door, I restrained myself. He was so ill-tempered. If I barged in now and saw his naked body, I didn't know what he would say. What if he made me take responsibility for him? 2 hours passed before Imok finally pushed open the door. His hair was dripping wet, and drops of water fell onto his beautiful body, running down his firm chest, across his abs, and soaking into the towel wrapped around his waist. Wait a minute. He finished showering but didn't put on any clothes, only wearing a towel. This was the image of a male led in an Oh My movie. Why was it appearing on Imok? Where was the ghostly man from 100 years ago? Even if he wasn't some kind of national heartthrob, he should at least put on some clothes. But don't look at him as a ghost. His figure was truly incredible, even better than my previous fitness trainer. Such flat abs, such a slender waist. No wonder his fighting strength was so good. Loc Duong, have you looked enough? Just as I was admiring his perfect waist, Yimok's voice rang in my ears, startling me. My face flushed red, and I immediately turned my head away, saying defiantly, "Who's looking at you? Why aren't you wearing any clothes?" "There aren't any pajamas for me in there," Yimok said. After saying that, he walked to the closet, took out a blanket, and spread it on the floor, saying, "You sleep on the bed, and I'll sleep on the floor. It's late. Get some rest. You're the main character tomorrow." "Okay," I replied. Just now, I was still worried about how we would sleep tonight. Unexpectedly, he was going to sleep on the floor, and I felt a little disappointed. His figure was so beautiful. If I could hug him to sleep, it would definitely be very comfortable, right? An idea popped into my head, and I felt disgusted with myself. Although I wasn't exactly a virtuous girl before, I was still a decent woman. Now, I was drooling over a beautiful body. It was truly appalling. As I scolded myself inwardly, I avoided him and went to the bathroom, but no matter how hard I tried, my eyes kept drifting to him, and my mind was filled with scenes of our passionate lovemaking that night. By the time I finished showering, my face was still hot. Fortunately, Umok was already asleep. I didn't dare look at him and climbed into bed. All night, I dreamed of Umok holding me, lost in passionate dreams with me. The next morning, when Umok woke me up, I was soaking wet down below. He seemed to be in a hurry, saying that Don was downstairs waiting and told me to quickly change clothes so we could leave. My face flushed red, and I said awkwardly, "Wait a moment. I'll shower and then go." Unexpectedly, Umok acted as if he were carrying me and pulled me out of the blanket, urging me to hurry up while hugging my waist. When his hand touched my thigh and accidentally brushed my butt, feeling the wetness below, he looked at me with a disgusted expression and said, "Did you wet the bed? You wet the bed?" I was already embarrassed, but being asked that made me even more ashamed, wishing there was a hole I could crawl into. He frowned at me, then suddenly burst out laughing, looking at me with mocking eyes. "If you didn't wet the bed, then there's only one reason. You like me that much. Just seeing me makes you soaking wet." "What nonsense are you talking about? You're soaking wet. I just sweated," I retorted. As I spoke, I pushed him away, ran into the bathroom, slammed the door shut, and leaned against it, afraid to breathe. After a while, my mood returned to normal. Then, I turned on the tap, turned on the hot water to shower, and washed away the shame from before. By the time I finished showering, Don was already in the room. Perhaps he couldn't wait any longer. Seeing my cheerful expression, he immediately said, "Let's go. I've contacted the hospital." "Let's go there now," and then pushed the door open and went outside. I didn't dare look at Hamok, stiffly following Midon, walking behind him with my head down. Hamok followed behind me, still smiling, his tone incredibly ambiguous, making me feel his burning gaze even behind my back. Fortunately, he didn't mock me in front of Odon. We drove to my cousin's former mental hospital to find the hospital director. The hospital director was also waiting for us. When he saw Odon, he immediately greeted him, saying he was glad we had finally arrived, that he had been waiting at the hospital since he received the notification, afraid of delaying our work. He said this while enthusiastically reaching out to shake Odon's hand, as if they were very close. In contrast, although Odon smiled very enthusiastically, his attitude was cold, completely different from when he met me and Smok. From this, it could be seen that the O family still had influence, making the director of a 5-star mental hospital wait. You should know that this was the only mental hospital in Jiangmin City. Although it was a public hospital, society now relies on relationships. There were many patients in the mental hospital, and it wasn't easy to get in. When my cousin suddenly went crazy, my uncle had to rely on many connections to get her in here. Under the guidance of the hospital director, we quickly arrived at the door of the patient's room. There weren't many people in the room, only an elderly couple in their 50s, crying beside the hospital bed, likely the parents of the girl lying on the bed. As for the girl on the hospital bed, she seemed dull and not as crazy as my cousin. She just sat on the bed, quietly staring at the bedsheets, not saying anything, not doing anything. Compared to my cousin, this girl didn't pose any danger. The hospital director had already spoken to the girl's parents. When we entered, the hospital director gave a few simple introductions and then led the girl's parents out, leaving only me, Himak, and Don in the girl's room. "Let's begin," Himak said. "Yes," Don replied, taking something out of his bag. It turned out to be a pair of clippers commonly seen in barber shops. I was extremely curious. They said they wanted me to impersonate the girl who was spirit summoned, and as a result, they took out a pair of clippers. What did these clippers have to do with me impersonating that girl? I saw Don walk to the side of the bed, not greeting the girl at all, but directly raising the clippers to her head, mumbling something, as if he were chanting a spell. I was very nervous. This girl had been tortured and had a strong resistance. Even Himak had been bitten by my cousin. Yet, he was acting so recklessly. Wasn't he afraid that the girl would suddenly go crazy and bite him? I anxiously watched every action of Adon. Out of fear, I involuntarily stepped towards Himak and hid behind him. Himak glanced at me and said softly, "Scared?" I glared at him without saying a word. I was scared. If I wasn't scared now, I would be when I was spirit summoned. Fortunately, my worries were completely unnecessary. Don shaved her head very smoothly. Once he finished, the girl's scalp was exposed. The girl, who had looked dull, suddenly laughed after seeing her long hair being cut off, as if she had found a rare treasure, picking up the hair and putting it to her nose to smell it. Just now, Don recited the Gathering Key Sutra. Everything in this world has its own unique breath. This Gathering Key Sutra gathers all her breath onto her hair. Then, we shave it off to make a wig, and when you put it on your head, her breath will conceal your breath. When the spirit summoning occurs, you can impersonate her. Himak looked at me and smiled, then stopped smiling and actively explained to me. I suddenly felt touched, but I remembered the last time he explained how to catch the village-devouring rat, and I felt annoyed. After all, whenever Himak took the initiative to explain, nothing good ever came of it. Sure enough, after Don shaved the girl's hair, he walked toward me with the clippers. I immediately retreated, glaring at Don, who was holding the clippers, extremely wary. "What do you want to do?" Don glanced at Himak, his voice full of apology. "I'm sorry, second aunt, I have to cut your hair." Before he could finish, I understood his meaning and directly raised my hand to stop him. "Stop! You only said that I should impersonate her to be spirit summoned, not that you had to shave my head. Don't even think about shaving my head." But Adon looked embarrassed. Although he listened to Himak in everything, my current identity was his second aunt, so he couldn't force me. "Shave it. If you want to find the sorcerer, you have to pay a great price. Besides, hair grows back." "I won't dislike you," Himak said. After saying that, he couldn't help but grin, as if he were looking forward to seeing me with a shaved head. Since I was old enough to understand, I had never let anyone shave my head. How could I tolerate it now, let alone be bald in front of Himak? I couldn't bear this person. I turned to leave. Himak was definitely doing it on purpose. He was a sorcerer, and his family was a well-known family in the world of yin and yang. Impersonating someone else's breath definitely wasn't limited to just one method. He definitely wanted to embarrass me. My mind was exploding with anger, but before I could leave the room, Himak suddenly appeared in front of me, his speed so fast that I didn't even see how he got there. What? You want to give up so quickly? Aren't you going to save your cousin anymore? Don't you want to be a hero? Muck blocked the doorway, looking at me with a playful smile, as if he were threatening me, using my cousin to threaten me. Chapter 25. Encounter with the Thai monk again. At this point, I was furious and declared that I wouldn't save anyone anymore. Everyone has their own fate. Even if my cousin was kidnapped and they tried to summon my soul, it's clear that she was destined to face this calamity. I have my own calamities to face. Otherwise, I would be peacefully at home with my boyfriend instead of being entangled with this unethical demon. When Sumu heard me scolding him, his smile became less carefree. He asked, "Are you really angry? You don't have to shave your head completely bald, you know. You're not a girl, you don't understand. I'd rather have my head cut off and bleed than mess up my hairstyle. You want to shave my head bald? I'd rather die in place of my cousin," I said, panting. "Then what if I do it with you? I'll shave my head with you. We'll be in the same boat, and no one can laugh at the other. How about we tell Sudong to shave his head too?" Sumu said. After saying that, the joyful expression on his face turned serious as he said, "This is the best way to conceal your aura. If you were someone else, it wouldn't matter, and I wouldn't force you to shave your head. But you are my wife, and you have to lead me back to the mortal realm. Also, you saved me when I was injured, and you appeared beside me when I needed you most. To be honest, I'm a very traditional person. Maybe you've always thought I was using you, but you're mine now, and I have a responsibility to you. I can't let anything happen to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't care so much about saving your cousin." He finished speaking and looked deeply into my eyes. Seeing that I didn't react, he walked over to Sudong, grabbed the clippers, and shaved his own head. I was completely stunned. I had thought he was deliberately teasing me, but I didn't expect him to say something like that to me. Was that a confession? And he shaved his head for me. He did that, and my whole body froze at the doorway. I couldn't go in, and I couldn't go out. Sumu shaved his head clean in a few strokes. Seeing me standing at the doorway without saying a word, he resolutely turned to Sudong and shaved his head clean too. Of course, Sudong didn't want to have his head shaved. His face was as wrinkled as a bitter melon, but he respected Sumu a lot, so he didn't dare to resist. He just looked at me pitifully. I still didn't want to shave my head, but seeing that Sumu and Sudong had both shaved their heads for me, I couldn't refuse. I slowly turned around and waited for Sudong to finish. Sumu immediately changed direction and headed towards me. The pain in my heart couldn't flow backward into a river. Although Sumu and Sudong were both bald, they were men. Even if they looked good, it didn't feel out of place. Instead, it added a bit of coldness and firmness, like celebrities on TV who deliberately shave their heads. But I, although not ugly, relied on my beauty and fashion sense. Who knew how ugly I would look after shaving my head? But now the arrow had been shot, and there was no turning back. I didn't want to watch any more, so I closed my eyes and mumbled, "You can't see me, you can't see me." But I could feel the clippers gently touching my scalp, and it felt a little hot. Not to mention how comfortable it would be after shaving, the wind would feel so nice. Done. Sumu had said that no one could laugh at the other, but he gave me a sly smile as soon as he finished shaving me. I immediately opened my eyes wide and stood in front of the mirror, looking at myself. When I saw myself in the mirror, I almost cried. Was that me? In the mirror, I looked like a green melon, or like a nun who had become a monk. My whole body radiated stupidity. Sumu quickly came closer, his face wearing a mischievous smile. He was laughing at me in the mirror. What was even more infuriating was that in the mirror at this moment, he had hair again. I finally couldn't bear it anymore and turned around to glare at him. If my eyes could kill ghosts, he would have been annihilated. Sumu noticed my murderous gaze and became even happier. He arrogantly touched his hair and said, "Have you forgotten? I'm a ghost. If I can transform into Wang Wen, isn't it easy to restore my hair?" He was right. I had forgotten about that. Why was I so stupid? I was even touched when he shaved his own head. I was about to explode with anger and pushed him away. Fortunately, Su Dong was also bald, and it felt a little better to see someone keeping me company. Su Dong also looked annoyed, but he quickly adapted and took out a bunch of tools to make a wig for the girl. More than 3 hours later, the wig was finished. I was disgusted because it was someone else's hair and asked Su Dong if I could wash it before putting it on. Before Su Dong could answer, that hateful ghost Sumu spoke up. "This wig is designed to mask your aura with someone else's. If you wash it, the aura will naturally disappear. Do you think you can wash it?" What he said was a bit harsh, but it made sense. I snorted and stopped what I was doing, found a scarf to use as a liner, and then put the wig on my head. I don't know if I was hallucinating, but after putting on the wig, I looked in the mirror and thought I looked a lot like that girl. I was about to style my hair to make it look good when Sumu suddenly rushed over, covered my mouth with one hand, and whispered in my ear, "Don't open your mouth, and don't make a sound. They're here." After speaking, he placed something cold and hard in my hand and said, "This thing can subdue ghosts. Don't use it unless you're in danger." Without waiting for me to react, he vanished in a flash. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Even though I knew they would come sooner or later and had been mentally prepared for a long time, I was still terrified when they arrived. My heart felt like it was jumping into my throat. Now I was alone in the bathroom. The bathroom door was locked. I didn't know if Su Dong was still outside. I didn't dare to make any noise and just listened to the sounds outside. Soon after, I heard a commotion outside. It seemed like several people had come. They were wandering around outside the hospital rooms before changing direction and heading towards my bathroom. At first, I pretended to calmly wait in the bathroom, waiting for them to come and escort me to a dark place behind the scenes. But when they were about to enter the door, I couldn't help it and sneaked into the shower stall, holding the partition tightly to separate myself from the outside. Soon after, the bathroom door opened. Through the shower partition, I saw 2 blurry figures entering. One of them was my cousin. She was completely unrecognizable. She mechanically searched the bathroom, meticulously looking in every nook and cranny to find me. But I noticed one detail. Although they searched very carefully, they didn't search the area around the toilet. They even went around it, as if they were afraid of the toilet. In the past, when I traveled, I had visited many temples, tourist areas, and scenic spots. I had occasionally heard stories about ghosts. It seemed that ghosts were afraid of kitchens and bathrooms. I forgot the specific reason, but now it seemed to be true. Was Sumu afraid of these things? If I could find a way to lead him to the kitchen and bathroom, would he be finished? Would I be freed then? Could I also free Wang Wen? Just as I was thinking nonsense, the shower partition was lifted. A cold, pale face appeared in front of me. Eyes without any emotion stared at me from less than 5 centimeters away. "Ah!" I cried out in fear, but no sound came out of my throat. A freezing hand suddenly covered my mouth, preventing me from screaming. I panicked even more and turned my head to look back, discovering that the person covering my mouth from behind was my cousin. She stood in front of me just like the other girl, with a pale face. The only difference was that there was a soul in her eyes. I was overjoyed. Could it be that my cousin had regained her senses and recognized me? "She's crazy. Don't talk to her. Take her away," my cousin said in a rigid voice. After speaking, she removed her hand from my mouth and grabbed my wrist to lead me out. Another girl saw my cousin speak and stopped staring at me. Following my cousin's example, she grabbed my other hand and led me out. I came to my senses and didn't dare to open my mouth to speak, afraid of revealing my aura. I could only secretly glance at my cousin when the other girls weren't looking, hoping to guess from her expression whether she recognized me. Unfortunately, my cousin, who was escorting me, returned to her previous vacant state, her eyes looking forward as if she couldn't see me. She just kept leading me out. I didn't get any hints from my cousin's face and could only silently pray that Sumu would be by my side at this moment. My cousin led me straight out of the mental hospital and into a dilapidated little wooden house. From the outside, it looked very small, but inside it felt spacious and bright. Even the walls and ceiling were made of plaster, making me think I was in a stone cave. And in the cave was none other than the old woman I had met in the room today. They were gathered around a round table, reading books and drawing, creating a very peaceful scene. After my cousin brought me into the stone cave, the couple turned their heads to look at me at the same time. The girl's mother was extremely excited and called her daughter's name, then hugged me, looking very happy. I was startled and instinctively wanted to avoid her, but suddenly my cousin's hand supported my back, preventing me from moving. Unable to resist, I could only stand there and let the girl's mother hug me. "Leon, you're finally okay. You've been sick for a while, and I was so worried. I'm so glad you're all right now. I'm here to pick you up from the hospital today. Let's go home. We won't come to this horrible place again." Her expressions were very rich, and her words were very sincere. Perhaps if she were really the girl named Leon, it would be difficult to reject her loving mother. Although I knew they were fake parents, I could only pretend to be touched, as if I were really their daughter. This situation was very strange. I was walking behind two pale white ghosts, with a strange couple in front of me. Looking at their situation, I knew that now I was in the hospital, I was still in the ward, while my eyes were seeing a clear stone cave, like in a movie. After hugging me and crying, this mother suddenly pulled out a bronze-colored nail and stabbed it straight into my head, muttering, "Good girl, it will be a little cold outside later. Let's put on a hat first." Then she treated the nail as a hat and stabbed it into my head, right into the Bawiacu point. A chill ran down my spine. The needle was so long. If it pierced into my brain, how could I survive? Moreover, the needle looked very familiar. I had seen the widow Wang use similar needles to subdue ghosts. If this nail was really a soul-controlling nail, I would not only be stabbed to death, but my soul would also be destroyed. Seeing the nail in the mother's hand about to pierce my head, I acted quickly, pushing the mother away, then going behind her, pretending to want to follow the father, saying, "Dad, I miss you so much." After speaking, I deliberately stood next to the father, talking to him and carefully watching the mother. If she still wanted to stab me, I would dodge again. The mother saw me hiding next to the father and looked at me kindly. If she were really my mother, and I saw the hospital ward scene, I would definitely listen to her. "Daughter, your mother is right. You've just recovered from your illness and are still weak. You should put on a hat before going outside," the father said with a smile. After speaking, he pulled out another nail from behind my back, intending to stab it into the top of my head. I didn't expect them to have two nails. Just as I was about to move, the father grabbed me. He was even stronger than the mother, and as if he had prepared in advance, he grabbed my hand and locked it behind my back with one hand. Half of my body went numb, and I couldn't move. At this moment, the father raised the nail, intending to stab it into the top of my head. I could even feel how cold the nail was as it pierced through me. This cold stimulation made my spirit tense. I really couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, "Help! If you don't come out, I'll be stabbed to death." Just as I called for help, a dark shadow appeared in front of me, blocking my way, and then threw the father away, like someone being torn apart alive. He let out a deafening scream, shaking my heart and lungs so much that they felt like they were about to jump out. These consecutive actions were too fast. I didn't even have time to see who the person standing in front of me was. I instinctively recognized him as Sumu, but when he turned his head, I saw a beautiful face covered in blood. "Hey, Golden Needle, Do you still remember me?" He smiled lewdly, taking the time to greet me in the middle of the fight. "Why is it you? Why are you here?" Seeing him, my brain seemed to stop working. He was the one I dragged along to save Sumu's grandmother Long. Moreover, he stole my soul-controlling nail. Now, this couple has soul-controlling nails in their hands. No wonder he was behind it all. The pores on my whole body contracted. I stepped back to avoid him, looking at him warily. If I wasn't here, how could I be a hero saving a damsel in distress? Tell me, didn't I appear at just the right time? If you were charmed by my handsomeness just now, then you can praise me now." The Thai monk still smiled in his usual mocking manner. "Praise your head! Watch out behind you!" I was furious. In the midst of the critical situation, the father who had been knocked back rushed up again, instantly appearing behind the Thai monk. And those ghosts, after a moment of daze, also gathered around me. Chapter 26. Kidnapped by the Thai monk. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded us, the distance less than a meter. The Thai monk and I stood in the middle as the space grew smaller and smaller. Eventually, I had no choice but to press my back against the Thai monk. Just then, the Thai monk was fiercely battling Dad, muttering a few simple Thai phrases. Dad cried out again in agony, forced to retreat. The Thai monk was very skilled. After repelling Dad, he didn't hesitate, immediately stepping in front of me. He made a strange hand gesture and pressed it against my cousin's head. "Don't!" I shouted instinctively, grabbing the Thai monk's clothes and pulling him to my side. Of course, the Thai monk didn't give me a chance to stop him. He looked at me, puzzled, but the situation was extremely urgent. He couldn't ask me anything and quickly repeated the gesture, pressing it against the person next to my cousin. The instant the spirit made contact with the Thai monk, it screamed in agony, its face contorting as if in extreme pain. I didn't dare underestimate the Thai monk. I didn't expect such a simple strike to be so powerful. My cousin, seeing her friend injured, suddenly flew into a rage. She roared and charged toward me. I didn't know what state my cousin was in, but I was also afraid the Thai monk would hurt her. In this critical situation, I didn't know what to do and could only instinctively hold onto the Thai monk to prevent him from attacking her. My cousin's speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, she was right in front of me, her face utterly ferocious, her 5 fingers like claws reaching for me. "Go quickly!" Just as her nails were about to grab me, my cousin's voice rang in my ear. She forcefully redirected her hand, slamming it hard into my back, sending me flying. I could only feel my body about to be crushed by my cousin. I flew through the air and crashed into the wooden door behind me. Just when I was certain I was about to die, an arm suddenly wrapped around my waist, pulling me into an embrace. It was Sumu. He had disappeared for so long, and finally, he had reappeared. I was overjoyed, but my body was in excruciating pain, as if my ribs were broken. I had to admit, that strike from my cousin was terrifying. If Sumu hadn't intervened, I might have been blown out of the stone cave. Sumu's appearance caused the yin energy in the stone cave to surge rapidly. But what defied common sense was that the others with my cousin were all spirits. In a place with heavy yin energy, they should have become stronger, but my cousin became even more agitated. At the mere sight of Sumu, they all retreated, and when they reached the corner of the stone wall, they suddenly vanished. I was extremely anxious and didn't pay attention to the bone-deep pain in my body. I asked Sumu where my cousin had gone and said that it seemed she had regained her consciousness. She had saved me more than once today, and when she hit me just now, it was also to save me. I thought that Sumu would be happy to hear that my cousin had regained her consciousness, but he wasn't happy at all. Instead, his expression darkened. He didn't answer my question but stared intently at the Thai monk and coldly said, "How are you here? You can be here, so why can't I be here? Is this your house?" The Thai monk still wore his usual cheerful smile. his eyes clashing with Sumu's cold gaze, showing no fear. I couldn't help but doubt his identity. Sumu was obviously angry now, and even though his anger wasn't directed at me, I was already trembling from his cold aura, let alone the Thai monk. I could even imagine the pressure he was facing, a deep, chilling coldness that ordinary people couldn't withstand. I'm warning you, don't appear in front of me again. If it weren't for you just now, I would have found the midge behind all this, Sumu said, and as he spoke, an intense, chilling aura emanated from his body, making people feel an invisible pressure, as if they had to submit to him. You're right, if it weren't for me just now, your wife would have died. I kindly saved her, and you're blaming me. If you're not happy with that, you can give her to me. I wouldn't mind that she has small breasts. The Thai monk shrugged, as if the intense coldness that Sumu was exuding vanished when it reached him. As he spoke, his eyes constantly scanned me, assessing me. Sumu was naturally angered by his attitude. I don't know if it was because Sumu had a bad temper or because he was a demon, but he seemed to get agitated very easily. He ignored me and flew to attack the Thai monk over a single disagreeable sentence. The Thai monk seemed not to expect Sumu to attack suddenly. His expression changed, and after cursing, "Shit," he changed direction and ran towards me. His speed matched Sumu's. In the blink of an eye, he circled around Sumu, ran to my side, grabbed me in his arms, and rushed outside. At this time, my whole body was injured, and I had no strength to struggle. Even if I wanted to push him away, I could only say a few weak words and couldn't make any active movements. He quickly carried me out, muttering something I didn't understand, sounding like a spell, but also like chanting Buddhist scriptures in Thai. As he chanted, layers of faint smoke enveloped us, and the surrounding temperature gradually warmed up. It wasn't hard to tell that he had used some kind of charm to deal with Sumu, and since Sumu was a demon, his body was always cold, which was incompatible with this warm air. The Thai monk chanted while running, his stamina incredibly good. I don't know how long he ran before his movements gradually slowed down, and the incantation he was chanting was about to end. The white smoke gradually dissipated. At this time, I realized that we were no longer near the mental hospital but in an old residential building. Sumu was nowhere to be seen. I didn't know if he had been injured by the Thai monk or if he couldn't keep up. The only people around were the Thai monk and me. The Thai monk carried me for a long time, finally panting heavily. He relaxed only after seeing residents on the upper floors. He carried me straight upstairs to a locked apartment, took out a bunch of keys, and opened the door. The room was furnished with a simple sofa and dining table, simple but cozy and complete. It was obviously his home. He put me down on the sofa, turned around to lock the door, and then asked me with a silly smile if I wanted to drink water. No. I was angry. He had forced me to come here, and who knew what he planned to do. Moreover, he had snatched me from Sumu and made Sumu disappear, which was enough to show how strong he was. He wasn't the same person who had been terrified when he saw me raising a 100-year-old ghost. In short, his behavior was too strange, and his true strength was unpredictable. Even if he put on a harmless face, I couldn't trust him. Oh, Yang Yang, why are you so wary? We were lovers in the past. No, we've known each other for a long time. Don't always be so cold to me. The Thai monk acted like he was very close to me. I had only asked him for help once, but in his words, it was as if we were very intimate. He even sat close to me on the sofa, his eyes staring intently at my back. All right, you're ignoring me. It must be because that old ghost spoke ill of me. There's been a misunderstanding between us. You're injured, and your back must be very painful now, right? I can treat you. After he said that, I didn't know if he was pretending or not, but he wasn't shy at all. He reached out and took off the shirt behind my back. Ouch! There was a slight tremor, and my back became painful again, so painful that I gasped for air. But I wasn't worried about the pain. I struggled to stop his actions. But how could he give me that chance? He directly took out a bottle of turquoise ointment and some Thai plasters and applied them to my back. The skin on my back suddenly became icy cold. This feeling was very different from the feeling of being with Sumu, chilly but still with some gentle warmth. Although there wasn't Sumu's cold breath to relieve the pain, it still felt comfortable, as if the ointment was healing my body. What kind of medicine is this? It's so amazing. I stared in amazement at the ointment, praising it involuntarily. That's right, I don't know whose medicine it is. It seems like a virtuous and prestigious Thai monk like me wouldn't have any good things, right? The Thai monk was very smug when he saw me praising him. He put away the medicine and poured me a glass of water, saying, "We've known each other for so long, and you still don't know my name. My name is Tang Yong. You can call me Rui Rui." Rui Rui, does he think he's speaking in reduplication? I secretly complained in my heart, but because he had just applied the ointment to me, I gave him the courtesy of accepting the glass of water, took a sip, and then carefully put my shirt back on so as not to touch the wound. Then I felt a little awkward because the room wasn't very big. There were only Tang Yong and me in the room, a man and a woman in the room, which was a bit embarrassing. "Where's your little ghost, Mao Mao? Why don't I see him?" I looked around, and not having anything to say, I just looked for something to talk about. Now that I mentioned it, I noticed that I hadn't seen Mao Mao since the last time I met Tang Yong. "What's wrong? Do you miss him?" Tang Yong didn't answer my question directly but looked at me with a smile. A little bit," I said awkwardly. "Actually, I didn't miss Mao Mao. It was just that the last time I was in a coma, I finally saw Sumu throwing Mao Mao away. His expression was extremely fierce at the time, really wanting to send Mao Mao to his death. After that, I didn't know what happened to Mao Mao, so I felt a little worried. Thinking of this, I suddenly felt a chill in my heart. Could it be that Mao Mao was killed by Sumu? So Tang Yong snatched me back, just to take revenge on Sumu and avenge Mao Mao. I couldn't help but look at Tang Yong. He was still smiling, a kind and harmless face, and asked me, "If you miss him, then I'll take you to see him, okay?" My heart tightened. As expected, he didn't have good intentions. As he spoke, he sat next to me again, his hand on my shoulder, his smile bright but becoming gloomy, growing darker and darker. I was extremely nervous and wanted to find a way to escape, but at this time, I was seriously injured and was brought back to his house by Tang Yong. It wouldn't be easy to escape. Even more tragic was that at this time, I began to feel tired and weak, my mind became confused, and my eyelids drooped. "It's the water. It must be the water. No wonder he invited me to drink water so many times. He must have put drugs in the water." My consciousness grew weaker and weaker. Even Tang Yong's face began to blur. I could vaguely see him smiling in front of me, muttering in his mouth, "Sleep, sleep, and everything will be all right when you wake up." Chapter 27. The Little Ghost's True Form. When I woke up, my head felt like it was about to explode. Outside the window was pitch black. It seemed like night had fallen. I didn't know how long I had slept, but luckily Duong Dung wasn't here. I was the only one in the room. This was a perfect opportunity to escape. I leaned up from the bed, put on my shoes, and walked out. But as soon as I opened the door, I saw a small, dark figure blocking my way. "Sister Airplane, where are you going?" It was Dudu's distinctive childish voice. I was slightly stunned, not even bothered by him calling me Sister Airplane, and said in surprise, "Why are you here? Are you okay? This is my home. Of course I live here." Dudu's small face flashed a hint of pride, as if very pleased, and he said with a smile, "Did you see? My older brother healed your wounds." Ha! As he said that, I finally noticed that my wounds seemed to have improved a lot. I didn't feel any pain when I got up just now. It seemed that the medicine was really magical. But I didn't understand why Duong Dung would heal me. Before, I thought something had happened to Du, and he was keeping me here to avenge him. But now Du was alive and well, nothing had happened to him, and his body was even more solid than before, seemingly better than before. So why was he keeping me here? Du looked at me, puzzled, and took my hand with his small, cold fingers, leading me to sit down on the sofa. After 2 encounters, Du and I could be considered acquaintances. And now that his body could solidify and he looked so adorable, even though I knew he was a little ghost, I wasn't afraid of him in my heart, and I sat down on the sofa. "Sister Airplane, do you want to ask where my older brother went?" he asked me. Perhaps because he had been with Duong Dung for a long time, his smile was very similar to Duong Zung's, with a nonchalant, gangster-like air. "Yes, where did he go? And where did you go before? Why didn't I see you when I arrived?" I said. In fact, I wanted to take advantage of Duong Zung's absence to escape, but now that Du had appeared, it wouldn't be easy for me to run. Besides, Du was alive, and I wasn't in any danger. Now I wanted to clarify everything and find out what grievances they had with Himok. "That's a good question. I went to do something big before, forced by old Niu," Du said, looking around as if he was wary of something, and whispered, "But I can't tell you. My older brother said that before it's done, it must be kept absolutely secret, and you haven't bribed me, I can't say." I was amused by this little ghost again. His words clearly meant he wanted me to bribe him. Moreover, he was so eager, without any subtlety. Even if I didn't bribe him, he probably wouldn't be able to resist telling me. But seeing that he was quite cute, and I was also curious about this little ghost's affairs, I asked him how to bribe him. It seemed like he had been waiting for me to ask him for a long time. He pretended for a moment and then acted like an old man. There's a good saying in China: "A man with a full mouth is soft-handed. If you want to bribe me, of course, you have to give me good food," which is, after saying that, he didn't wait for me and led me to the window. When I got closer, I discovered that there was another small door behind this window. There were many secrets. If Du hadn't brought me here, I wouldn't have been able to find it. There seemed to be some kind of spell or restriction on the window. Du stopped when he reached the door, cautiously keeping his distance from it, and said to me, "Open the door. My true form is behind the door, and there are many delicious foods in the cabinet in the room. You just need to bring the food out in front of my true form, light an incense stick, and then say, 'Please come back and eat.'" "Is it that simple?" I asked. It turned out that raising a little ghost wasn't difficult at all. If it was that simple from the beginning, all the big shots would have made offerings. I followed Du's instructions and pushed the door open. I smelled sandalwood in the small, hidden room. But upon closer inspection, there were other scents besides sandalwood. Sandalwood can calm the mind and nourish the spirit, but this scent seemed to have a strange power. As soon as I entered, I felt refreshed and like my whole body was invigorated. There were no windows in the small room. It was so dark that I couldn't see my fingers in front of my face. I asked Du where the light was, but he shook his head, saying he didn't know. He had never been in that room before, so I could only rely on myself. All right, it was just a small room anyway. I groped around and touched the wall. Soon, I felt something like a standing cabinet. I reached towards the cabinet and quickly felt a small object the size of my hand. It was hard and shaped like a gourd, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, with a strand of hair on top. "What is this?" I was curious and muttered to myself, holding the gourd up to take a closer look, wanting to see what secrets were hidden in the room. But as soon as I lifted the gourd, I heard Du scream outside, "Let go! You're pulling my hair! It hurts!" I was so scared that I almost threw the gourd away. I quickly let go and asked Du what happened and why I was pulling his hair. Du said angrily, "You just touched my true form." My true form and I are connected by blood. If you grab my hair and lift it up, how can I not hurt? You idiot! That's your true form? I was shocked. I thought the little ghost's true form would be a memorial tablet or his corpse. I didn't expect his true form to be only the size of my hand. More importantly, the feeling of that object just now wasn't like his flesh and blood, but like some kind of plant. Dudu's true form, how could it be a plant? I couldn't understand it even more. After touching Dudu's true form, I had a sense of direction. Dudu said that the snacks were placed under his true form, and the incense and lighter were also right below, just by feeling around. Soon after, I felt the lighter. After lighting it, the snacks in the cabinet could be seen clearly. Sister Airplane, I want spicy chips, jelly, and French fries. If there's still room on the offering table, put beef jerky and shredded shrimp for me too, Dudu said happily, watching my every move from outside, seeing that I had found the snacks. I was a little speechless when I saw the snacks under the cabinet. It turned out that little ghosts were like children, they liked to eat snacks. It seemed that little ghosts were easy to raise. I wonder if Amok liked to eat these things. Thinking of Amok being raised like a little ghost, I couldn't help but feel happy. Just as I was secretly delighted, Dudu became frantic again, standing at the door urging me, "Hurry up, sister. Why are you staring blankly at my snacks? If my older brother comes back later, I won't have time to eat. And I won't tell you that secret." I saw Dudu's anxious look and secretly smiled in my heart. Following his words, I took out the spicy chips and other things and placed them in front of Dudu's true form. At this time, I also used the light of the lighter to see the appearance of Dudu's true form clearly. It was a gourd, with a few simple and playful strokes carved on it, which could be seen as a little boy, probably Dudu, but the strokes were very abstract. I didn't know who carved it, and it was difficult to recognize it as a boy. There was a strand of black silk on the top of the gourd. The material looked like hair. Other than that, there was nothing special about it. After I quickly placed the food on the table, I lit an incense stick in front of the gourd and said, "Please come back and eat snacks, Dudu. I sincerely bribed you, please don't dislike it. I don't dislike it, I don't dislike it." Dudu was so anxious that he paced back and forth at the door. Before I could finish speaking, he took a breath in the small room, making eating sounds in his mouth, as if he was eating those snacks. And when he ate, I was surprised to find that the spicy chips on the table also withered and turned black, unusually dry. After Dudu had eaten almost all the snacks, I threw all the dried up snacks into the trash can, put out the incense, put the lighter back in its place, and left the room. Because of the snacks, Dudu also became more affectionate with me. His little body snuggled up to me, his arms around my neck, asking me to hold him. Actually, I was undercover a few days ago. I was in a mountain cave and found many souls and many living scarecrow worms. My older brother told me to ambush there to find the master of those souls. You were undercover in a mountain cave. I was startled. Looking at him so cluelessly, he didn't seem like someone who could be undercover, especially in a mountain cave. Zhongming is a flatland city, surrounded by rivers, so it's called Zhongming. There aren't many mountains. From a young age, I had never been to a mountain in Zhongming, so the mountain cave that Dudu mentioned must be the mountain cave that my cousin led me to. Moreover, there were also living scarecrow worms, which basically confirmed that the mountain cave that Dudu and I went to was the same one. If that was the case, Duong Dung had already noticed my cousin's soul first, so that's why he appeared in the mountain cave to save me. But he's a Thai monk, and the police didn't ask for help, so why would they meddle in other people's business? What benefit would it bring him? I told Dudu what I didn't understand. Dudu suddenly laughed when he heard me and looked at me as if I were an idiot. What's so strange about that? Because the hand standing behind is just a Thai monk, doing evil together, of course, my older brother can't stand by and watch. After speaking, Dudu was proud again, saying that his older brother was very different, innocent but very powerful, much stronger than demons. He also said that the demon had too much yin energy on him, so it's better to live with that old man, to let himself and old Gui live together, and to just follow his older brother. The old Gui that Dudu mentioned was naturally Mok. Last time, Imok almost strangled Dudu to death, so it was no wonder that Dudu harbored resentment towards Imok. I smiled and didn't reply. It was getting late now, and Mok had probably been looking for me for a long time and couldn't find me, so I stood up to say goodbye, hoping that since I had given Dudu so much delicious food, he wouldn't stop me. Unexpectedly, just as I stood up, before I could say I wanted to leave, the door opened, and Mok walked in with a thick mist of bone. But after seeing me follow Dudu, without saying anything, he directly dragged Dudu away. Chapter 28. Mobile phone location tracking. Because Dudu had suffered at Amok's hands before, seeing Amok now was like a mouse seeing a cat, so frightened that he burst into tears. Dudu and I had some connection, so I immediately pushed Amok's hand away, hugged Dudu and comforted him. It's okay, Dudu. Don't cry. He doesn't mean any harm. He's a bad person. No, he's a bad ghost. He wants to devour me to make himself stronger. Wah! Dudu cried miserably, but no matter how much he cried, there wasn't a single tear on his small face. It was all thunder and no rain. I had never lived with children before, and seeing Dudu cry gave me a headache, so I had to turn to Amok and ask, "You found me, that's enough. Why bring him along? If Duong Dung finds out, he'll retaliate against us. He kidnapped you, but we can't kidnap his little ghost." Amok sneered. I could tell he was genuinely angry, especially when he heard the name Duong Dung. He frowned slightly, looking very uncomfortable. But his expression quickly returned to normal, and he led us into the car, heading towards the tavern. On the way, Dudu kept wailing, constantly kicking and punching Amok, demanding that Amok let him go. Amok didn't move, as if he didn't hear anything, ignoring Dudu. I was nearly deafened by Dudu's noise, so I had no choice but to tell Dudu that once it was morning, I would take him to the supermarket, where there were all kinds of snacks and he could buy whatever he wanted. Sure enough, Dudu was a gluttonous child. After hearing about the snacks and anything he wanted, his crying stopped several times, and then he timidly turned to look at Amok, as if afraid Amok wouldn't agree. Amok's expression remained cold, not even glancing at Dudu. Only then did Dudu feel relieved, and he carefully nodded. Dudu stopped crying. I sighed in relief, finally some peace and quiet. Then I asked Amok how he found this place, and why it took so long. I was so scared earlier, I thought Duong Dung wanted to kill me for revenge. Idiot! Amok didn't answer my question, just spat out the word. My face darkened. I thought he would comfort me after surviving the disaster. After all, he lost me, and he should feel guilty. But instead, he didn't give me any face, even calling me an idiot in front of Odon and Dudu. I felt unhappy and noticed that Amok's enthusiasm had diminished by more than half, so I sullenly asked him how my cousin was, whether she had been rescued. Unexpectedly, upon hearing about my cousin, Amok's expression suddenly turned grim, and he abruptly turned to look at me. "About your cousin? What?" Seeing his unpleasant expression, I immediately had a bad feeling. "You said she saved you, and she regained her senses. That's a sign that her three souls have reunited. Only when the three souls reunite can a wandering soul become a ghost with its own consciousness." "So?" I asked, confused. "So, your cousin is dead. Only when the body is completely dead do a person's three souls leave the body and merge with celestial and terrestrial demons to become a ghost. The last time I saw my cousin, she didn't have her own consciousness, and her three souls hadn't reunited, proving that she wasn't dead yet. But this time," Amok said, his hand already grasping mine, a hint of remorse flashing across his face. Dead. I was stunned, my brain unable to process the information. My cousin had saved me earlier. I was so happy that she finally recognized me, but she's dead. It was her wandering soul that saved me. And if that's the case, even if she's dead and turned into a ghost, she's still being manipulated by Longbie behind the scenes. Thinking of this, I suddenly felt angry, like I was being burned by fire. I said, the sorcerer manipulating things from behind is likely Longbie. That's why Duong could appear there, and Du was also there. He's been lying in wait there for days. What should we do now? Are we just going to let my cousin die in vain while he remains at large? Of course not. I promised your aunt, we'll find her alive or dead, Imok said. Then he turned and asked me, why do you say it's Longbie? What else do you know? Du told me that the other subordinates were with Duong, and this time Duong appeared to exorcise demons and ghosts, I said. I wasn't sure if the other party was Longbie, but I believed Du's words. Little ghost, tell me everything you know. After Imok learned that the information came from Du, he finally deigned to glance at Du. That single glance was enough to make Du tremble with fear, as if he could dissipate at any moment. When I was in the cave investigating, I discovered that the culprit not only absorbed the blood of those women but also placed a lot of albino mice on them, and then used Tongzu to lure out their souls and concentrate them on a rock. Tongzu is a magical artifact of the Tai family, capable of skillfully controlling their souls. If it's not Longbie, then who is it? Du said. You saw albino mice. Was it shaped like this? Imok asked, then opened his hands, and a stream of silvery white cold air quickly gathered in his hands, transforming into the shape of an albino mouse, exactly a Thnoi mouse. Yes, Du nodded. Imok received the answer, his handsome eyebrows furrowed, a hint of incomprehension flashing across his face. But when it came to Thnoi mice and Tongzu, a person immediately appeared in my mind. The Vuong widow. The last time I saw her at the grave, she was acting sneaky, and she was the one who gave me the Thnoi mice. Could she be related to Longbie? Otherwise, how would she have things like Tongdu in her possession? I quickly told Smok my speculation, but who knew that as soon as he heard the 4 words of Vuong widow, his eyes immediately changed, and he looked at me coldly. You've been seeing the Vuong widow behind my back. Ah! I was speechless, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and thought this was a thing of the past, but unexpectedly Imok was still angry. Did she give you that nail last time too? Imok's eyes grew colder, and he moved closer to me, asking. In an instant, his face was almost touching my nose, and I hurriedly shrunk back, explaining, the last time she looked for me, she didn't tell me that nail was Tongju, let alone what it did. She just said that stabbing you with it would reduce your power, and then she said she would help me deal with you. My voice grew softer and softer, and I couldn't help but worry that if Imok got angry, he wouldn't help me anymore, so I quickly said, but in the end, I chose to believe you, and I didn't stab you with the nail in my hand. After you fainted, I tried everything to save you. That's why you're still alive now, Imok angrily snorted, his eyes softening a little, and he returned to his place, distancing himself from me. I was so scared that cold sweat soaked me. Even though I was used to him, he seemed to have a natural power about him. When he was angry or when he got close to me, I was so scared that my legs went weak. If it's the Vuong widow, then did she give you a way to contact her? After being angry, Imok asked again. I immediately nodded, took out the Vuong widow's business card from my pocket, and gave it to him. He didn't even look at it, and immediately said, call her and tell her that I've been injured, tell her to come and deal with me. Okay. I agreed, took out my phone, and dialed the Vuong widow's number. A dialing tone quickly came from the other end, but no one answered for a long time. Just when I thought the Vuong widow wouldn't answer, a voice suddenly spoke, You finally called me." It was the Vuong widow's voice. I was immediately excited, even a little nervous. I glanced at Amok and said, "I've stabbed Amok. He's unconscious now. What should I do next?" "You just stabbed him now." "Where did you stab him?" The Vuong widow didn't seem to believe me. Her voice was full of suspicion. I immediately looked at Amok. Amok pointed to the back of his body, and I immediately told the Vuong widow that I had stabbed him in the back. "So, is there anything different about him now?" the Vuong widow asked again. I looked at Amok again, only to see him shake his head. I had no choice but to say, "No, he's just unconscious." After saying that, I asked, "What should I do now? Wait for you to come here, or what?" "Ha ha, I won't go there. If he's just unconscious, you can just set him on fire and burn him to ashes." The Vuong widow's voice was gloomy, and she said it directly. After saying that, the other end hung up, just like that. She hung up. I was a little stunned. Logically speaking, shouldn't she take this opportunity to come here and deal with Amok? Why would she let me do it? Could it be that she had discovered something? I quickly asked Amok what to do next. Maybe she had noticed something in my words. Instead of luring her out, we had alarmed her. Unexpectedly, Amok wasn't anxious at all. He even had a cold smile on his face, and turned to ask Udon if he was done yet. Only then did I realize that Udon had stopped the car on the side of the road at some point, and he was holding a laptop in his hands, constantly operating something. "The location has been determined. She's in Jiangmin, half an hour away by car," Udon said. Only then did I realize that the computer in Don's hand was open to a phone location tracking website. When Amok told me to call the Vuong widow, he wasn't hoping that I could lure the Vuong widow here at all, but rather to use the phone call to allow Udon to locate the Vuong widow's position. His mind is so deep. Moreover, he's a ghost who's been dead for over 100 years, and he even knows things like location tracking. Even the Vuong widow probably didn't think of this. Otherwise, how could she have answered my phone? I secretly admired Smok. Amok's face was extremely calm, and he told Udon to turn the car around and go to the Vuong widow's place. It was late at night, and there weren't many cars on the road. Udon drove very fast. In about 20 minutes, the car stopped at a pier in Jiangmin. This was a cargo pier. Usually, there weren't many people around except for the dock workers. At this time, the entire pier didn't have a single light, and everything was silent. There wasn't even a shadow of a person. I hid behind Smok instinctively, pulling on Dudu's hand, and asked how the Vuong widow could appear here. If those girls were all killed by her, then what was her purpose? To increase her own cultivation, Umok said in one sentence, and then told me to follow behind Udon and not to run around. He would go down first to assess the situation. After saying that, he disappeared into the darkness. After he left, Dudu suddenly timidly grabbed me and whispered, "Sister, let's leave here. I'm scared." "What's wrong?" I asked Dudu. "The yin energy here is very heavy. I'm afraid there's a high level here. Our strength is too weak. My brothers told me that if we encounter a high level, we should run away immediately," Dudu said. Chapter 29. Human Skin. Since traveling with Sumu, I've gained quite a bit of knowledge about demons. Of course, I know what a high-ranking wraith means. Sumu himself is a wraith, and I don't know what level he is in the demon hierarchy, but I know he is an extraordinary being. Otherwise, he wouldn't have scared Yao Yao half to death with just a glance. Yao Yao isn't simple either. He's a little ghost that Tang Yong has been taking care of and raising for at least 10 years. He can even condense into human form, making him a little ghost that ordinary ghosts can only look at with envy. Tang Yong must have been feeding Yao Yao a lot of nourishing things over the years. Now Yao Yao says that there's a high-ranking wraith here. Without Sumu around, wouldn't it be as easy as crushing an ant for another wraith to kill us? I immediately became worried and asked Yao Yao if he was mistaken. if the wraith he was talking about could possibly be Sumu. Yao Yao shook his head, his face certain, and said, "It's not him. I can distinguish the aura of a great demon even from this far away. The wraith I'm talking about isn't the same as the great demon. It's definitely a woman." A woman. I was stunned. How could there be a female wraith? But seeing Yao Yao so sure, I panicked and asked Su Tuan if we should run. "There's a female wraith here, and even if we can't help Sumu, we shouldn't get in his way." Su Tuan's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Seeing my panic, he thought for a moment and said, "If there really is a female wraith here, we can't escape. It's safest to stick with second uncle. But if we go in, we'll be in even more danger before we find second uncle." With that, he handed me a red piece of paper. The paper looked very ordinary, but if you looked closely, you could see faint red patterns on it, seemingly the sketched draft of some kind of talisman. Yao Yao had been affectionately holding my hand, but when he saw me take the red paper, he suddenly let go of my hand, moved away, and looked at me in fear. "Yao Yao." I glanced at the red paper and immediately realized that Yao Yao was very afraid of this thing. I quickly put the paper away and asked Su Tuan, "What is this? Why is Yao Yao acting like this? Is it hurting him?" "This is called a scarlet talisman. It has a lot of scarlet yang energy, which can severely injure demons. That's why Yao Yao is afraid. But as long as you don't have direct contact with the scarlet talisman, you won't be hurt much, at most just uncomfortable," Su Tuan explained. After speaking, he waved his hand at me, signaling me to follow, and then led the way into the pier. Yao Yao cautiously approached after seeing me put away the scarlet talisman and took my hand again, saying, "There are even things like scarlet talismans. I've only seen yellow talismans before, and those stinky Taoists used them to stick on me, but those yellow talismans didn't work. They just made me itchy." "Nonsense," I said. "It's not that I don't believe in Yao Yao's abilities, but the reputation of yellow talismans is really great. In traditional Chinese culture, yellow talismans have always been considered magical and powerful, specializing in subduing demons. How could sticking one on just cause itchiness?" Seeing that I didn't believe him, Yao Yao quickly said, "It's true. Although those yellow talismans also have yang energy, the amount is very small. They can only be used to deal with some newly born ghosts. To me, they're like toys. But that scarlet talisman is different. Just now, when you held it, my whole body heated up, like I was falling into a lava furnace deep underground." With that, he fearfully glanced at the scarlet talisman I was holding. Seeing Yao Yao so certain, I felt a lot safer. Don't underestimate him just because he's small. His strength is definitely not to be taken lightly. If it scared him like that, it should also be able to threaten that female wraith. In an instant, my mood improved a lot, and I followed Su Tuan with peace of mind. Perhaps it was because I was too worried earlier that I only now noticed that there were many fishing boats on the water across from the pier, and all of those fishing boats had their lights off, appearing black and indistinct on the water. If you weren't careful, it would be easy to miss them. However, we searched the entire pier and still couldn't find Sumu. Just as we were hesitating about whether to go on a boat to look for him, a circle of light suddenly appeared on the water. To be exact, it was a fishing boat that lit up brightly. Our attention immediately turned to it. Just as I was asking Su Tuan if we should go on to that fishing boat to look for Sumu, Yao Yao suddenly pulled me back and said in a low voice, "Don't go near that fishing boat." "Why?" Seeing Yao Yao lower his voice, I involuntarily lowered mine as well. "Is that female wraith on the boat?" "No, but that boat makes me feel very strange." "You absolutely must not get close to that boat," Yao Yao said. However, Su Tuan ignored Yao Yao's words. While Yao Yao was speaking, Su Tuan had already started walking towards the brightly lit boat. I knew there was a female wraith around. Before finding Sumu, I didn't dare to speak loudly at all, so I had to look at Yao Yao and ask him what to do. Yao Yao's small face wrinkled up. He said he couldn't go, but sighed. In the end, he still pulled me towards Su Tuan, saying, "Let's just follow him. If something happens, we can support each other. It's even less safe with just the two of us." We quickly followed Su Tuan onto the boat. I originally thought that besides Widow Wang, there was no one else at the entire pier. As a result, after getting on the boat, I discovered that there was an old woman sitting inside. She looked about 80 years old, with ash-gray hair plastered to her scalp. Her thin body was hunched over like a stick, and she was holding a needle and thread in her hand, sewing. She heard the sound behind her and stopped what she was doing, slowly turning her head to look at us, her voice hoarse as she asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Grandma, where are the people on the other boats? Why can't I see them?" Su Tuan, as expected of someone from a wealthy family, knew how to talk to people and how to talk to ghosts. He put on a smile and pretended to ask casually. "They all went home to sleep at night. Tomorrow is the 15th, and the pier isn't open, so everyone turned off their lights," the old woman said. After speaking, she turned away and continued the sewing in her hand. "Then how many people are left at the pier? Why aren't any of them turning on their lights?" Su Tuan continued to ask. While speaking, he quietly took out the scarlet talisman he had on him and stuck it on the old woman to see the talisman's reaction. But after the scarlet talisman touched the old woman, it remained a normal red piece of paper, without any change. Su Tuan had been a little worried, but seeing that the scarlet talisman hadn't changed, he breathed a sigh of relief and took the scarlet talisman off, putting it back in his pocket. It seemed that this old woman was fine. At least she wasn't a ghost but a living person. I also breathed a sigh of relief, but in my heart, I was still worried about the female wraith and anxious to find Sumu. I kept signaling him to leave quickly, but who knew that Su Tuan seemed to completely not see my gaze. He was still leisurely looking at the old woman, and even took the initiative to find a chair and sit down next to her. In the middle of the night like this, if it weren't for a poor old woman like me, only left with this boat, I wouldn't stay on the boat overnight. Originally, I wasn't going to turn on the lights, but I'm old and wake up early. It's only about 4 o'clock now, and this old woman can't sleep anymore, the old woman said, a low laugh escaping her mouth, as if laughing at herself. Su Tuan then asked, "Have you always lived on the boat? Has any stranger come to the pier recently, a woman around 40 years old?" "Stranger?" the old woman muttered to herself, then carefully thought about it and shook her head, saying, "That I really haven't seen. Don't think this old woman is old, but my eyes are still very sharp. I know everyone at the entire pier. If there were a stranger, I would definitely be able to recognize them. I see. Well, I won't bother you anymore. We'll go look somewhere else." Su Tuan finally gave up, stood up, and signaled me to leave. I was already anxious to find Sumu, so I immediately started walking out. However, I had only taken 2 steps when Yao Yao tugged on my clothes, signaling me to look at the thing in the old woman's hand. Following the direction Yao Yao was pointing, I discovered that the old woman was sewing something that looked like pigskin. This piece of skin wasn't very large, and it was patched up here and there. It seemed to be pieced together from many small pieces of pigskin. Our Zhongming is in the lower reaches of the Yangtze River, belonging to the area where the north and south meet, connected to river water. The winters have no warmth and are extremely cold. Therefore, many people in our area wear leather jackets in the winter to keep warm, and many of those are pigskin. This old woman looked very poor, so it was very normal for her to find some tattered pigskin to make a warm jacket. I didn't see anything wrong with it. But Yao Yao insisted that I look at that pigskin, so I had to continue looking at it. The old woman quickly noticed my gaze, turning her head to glance at me, seemingly disliking me staring at the pigskin, so she directly turned away, blocking my sight. That's right. It would definitely be uncomfortable to have a stranger staring at your things, and it was the middle of the night. It was understandable that the old woman didn't want to show it. Furthermore, I really couldn't see anything wrong with that leather jacket, so I had to hug Yao Yao, comfort him for a few words, and then walk out. Yao Yao seemed to have something he couldn't say, constantly winking at me. Only after we left the boat did Yao Yao hurriedly scold, "Sis, how can you be so dumb? That old woman is definitely strange. The skin she's sewing is human skin." Hearing the words human skin in the middle of the night like this, I suddenly felt a chill all over my body. But I thought the old woman was very normal. Even Su Tuan, after pressing her for a while, didn't get any clues. Right. How do you know it's human skin? Could there be a mistake? I asked Yao Yao. Earlier, he said that the boat was very strange, and now he's saying that the old woman on the boat is sewing human skin, but neither I nor Su Tuan noticed anything strange. Moreover, Su Tuan even used the Scarlet Talisman to test her. Based on the Scarlet Talisman's great power, if that old woman was a female wraith, she would have at least revealed her true form, right? Seeing that I didn't believe him, Yao Yao's small face wrinkled up, and he even became angry, putting his small hands on his hips and saying in a rough voice, "I don't know how to explain it to you, but I'm a little ghost, and I'm very sensitive to yin energy. That boat has thick yin energy, and that yin energy is emanating from that skin. Although pigs have intelligence, they're still just livestock. They only have the celestial and terrestrial souls. After losing the human soul, they can't emit such strong yin energy. So there's only one explanation for that skin, and that's human skin." Chapter 30. Encirclement of Blood Corpses. Du huffed, displeased that I didn't believe him. But what he said made sense. Himak had also mentioned that ordinary animals only have 2 souls, which is why it's rare for animal spirits to become demons. Dudu's sensitivity to negative energy was incredibly sharp. If he said the ship was filled with it, then there must be something strange about it. I couldn't help but slip my hand into my pocket, clutching the spirit talisman tightly. Then, I turned to remind Don to be careful as well. But before I could say anything, I saw a figure approaching Don from behind, step by step. "Don, watch out behind you," I shouted, instantly drawing the talisman and rushing toward the figure behind him. But before I could reach Adon, someone suddenly grabbed my neck. The intense smell of fresh blood filled the air, and I couldn't breathe. At that moment, Don saw what was happening behind me. His expression darkened, and he clenched his hands together, his index finger touching the tip of his ring finger, twisting them into a complex hand seal. "Break!" With Don's shout, a spirit talisman on his body suddenly flew up, spontaneously combusting in midair and turning into a small fireball that shot straight toward me. Ah! The fireball didn't hit me. The person behind me suddenly screamed miserably, then the hand gripping my neck released me, and the figure quickly retreated. My expression was grim. I didn't dare stop and immediately ran toward Don. The figure that had tried to sneak up on Don was also terrified by the fireball and quickly retreated more than 3 meters. Taking advantage of the light from the burning talisman, I realized that there weren't just 2 people beside us, but about 7 or 8. Each of them was covered in tiny blood vessels, their entire bodies exuding a foul, fishy odor of blood. What was even more terrifying was that they seemed to have been skinned, leaving only muscles and blood vessels attached to their bodies. Their eyes were a dead gray. They were these horrifying blood corpses waiting for me. Just one glance made my stomach churn, and I turned aside to vomit violently. Blood corpses, skinned, drained of blood, souls refined, and in the end, even their bodies weren't spared. What kind of person is this widow Duong? Her heart is so wicked. Redon's expression was also extremely unpleasant as he said in a low voice. With that, he pulled out another spirit talisman, formed the hand seal again, burned the talisman, and sent it flying toward the blood corpses. Although the blood corpses looked terrifying, they indeed lacked intelligence, and their movements weren't particularly agile. When they saw the fireball heading toward them, they scattered in all directions. The blood corpse closest to us was a step too slow and was directly hit by the fireball, letting out a miserable scream of pain. As soon as the fireball hit the blood corpse, it instantly unleashed its power. The entire fireball transformed into a fire dragon, engulfing the blood corpses in a sea of flames. The massive fire illuminated the entire pier. The blood corpses quickly turned into piles of ashes in the fire. Don't put in even more effort, snapping his hands quickly and forming hand seals. In an instant, each spirit talisman turned into a fireball, flew toward the blood corpses, and slammed into them. With each blood corpse hit by a fireball, miserable screams filled my ears, stimulating my nerves. Fortunately, the terrifying blood corpses before us were about to be destroyed. I had always thought Adon's abilities were useless because his mistake at the temple had almost caused my cousin to steal my soul. But now it seemed Adon was very skilled. He could solve so many blood corpses just by forming hand seals and chanting incantations. He was truly incredibly powerful. Just as I was constantly marveling, the screams of the blood corpses finally stopped. Just when I thought all the blood corpses were dead, I suddenly noticed that there were still 2 blood corpses in front of us. Adon's expression was no longer as calm and relaxed as before. His face was tense as he stared at the blood corpses, so pale that you could squeeze water out of it. "What's wrong?" I panicked. Could it be that Adon was injured? "The spirit talismans are all used up," Adon said. Then, he stepped in front of me, shielding me behind him, and said, "Second aunt, you go first." "No, you don't have any more spirit talismans. Can you still deal with them?" I asked. In reality, I already sensed that Adon had no more tricks up his sleeve, otherwise, his expression wouldn't be so unpleasant. But I still held on to a sliver of hope. "I can. You go first. Go find second uncle. I'll hold them back," Adon said through gritted teeth. With that, he used a dagger to cut his hand, smeared the fresh blood on his face, instantly making himself covered in blood, like he had been skinned. When the 2 blood corpses smelled the fresh blood, they suddenly went crazy and quickly lunged at Adon. In an instant, Adon was squeezed tightly between the 2 blood corpses, like a piece of meat sandwiched in bread, fiercely locked in the middle. Adon quickly let out a miserable scream. I saw the blood corpses baring their teeth and biting into Adon, tearing pieces of his flesh. At that moment, I was extremely frightened, so scared that I wanted to run away, but I instinctively stayed. Adon was surrounded because he was trying to save me. How could I abandon him and escape? Thinking of this, I suddenly remembered that I still had a spirit talisman on me. I had forgotten to take it out because I was too scared. Now that I felt the spirit talisman, I immediately became excited. I shouted that I still had a spirit talisman and ran toward Adon with it. He knew the hand seals. In a situation where the distance to the 2 blood corpses was so close, 1 spirit talisman should be able to handle them. In the blink of an eye, Adon had many wounds on his body. The blood corpses had torn his skin into pieces, and his flesh was about to fall out, looking extremely miserable. "Don't come over here. That's for you to protect yourself. Hurry up and leave." Even so, he struggled and shouted at me, each of his hands tightly hugging a blood corpse, preventing them from running to find me. In that instant, I felt a lump in my throat, and tears were about to spill out. Adon and I hadn't known each other for long. Even though I had the title of his second aunt, I didn't have the talent or virtue to deserve him sacrificing himself for me. Since it had come to this, I couldn't run away alone. I rushed to Adon's side, grabbed the arm of a blood corpse, and without having time to feel nauseous, desperately pushed backward. But these 2 blood corpses seemed to be made of steel. They still tightly hugged Adon, and even though I used all my strength, I couldn't move them even a little. There was really no other way. I had no choice but to pull out the spirit talisman and stick it onto a blood corpse. The blood corpse screamed miserably. Even though there was no hand seal from Adon to increase its power, the moment the talisman touched the blood corpse, there was a crackling sound around it, as if it was being corroded by acid. Before long, the spot where the talisman was stuck on the blood corpse had been corroded into a deep hole of blood. Even so, the blood corpse was still very stubborn. Perhaps it was angered by the pain. It threw down off, roared, and lunged at me. My whole body trembled, and I immediately turned to run away. But at this moment of life and death, my legs suddenly went limp, and I collapsed to the ground, unable to muster any strength. It's over. I'm doomed. My heart was ice cold, and I wished I could slap myself twice. Why did I have to be scared at this moment, so scared that my legs went limp? In an instant, the blood corpse had rushed in front of me, its bloody red teeth directly biting at me. I didn't even dare to look. I closed my eyes tightly and waited for the pain to come, but I waited for a while and didn't feel any biting or tearing. The blood corpse in front of me even let out a miserable scream, a scream that made my heart want to jump out of my chest, a feeling that death was only one step away from me. I don't know how long it had been, but when I thought I was dead, Doo gently nudged me and said, "Sister?" My voice trembled, still not recovered from the panic just now. "You can open your eyes. We're safe now," Doo said, his voice even containing a hint of laughter. At this moment, I tried to suppress the fear in my heart and cautiously opened my eyes. My gaze quickly fell on the two blood corpses. They were still here, only now their heads were in one place and their bodies were in another. Their heads and bodies seemed to have been torn apart by a great force, and their bones were also strangely shattered. Seeing this scene made my stomach churn again, and I almost threw up. Fortunately, I had just vomited, and there was nothing left in my stomach, only a slight feeling of nausea. I quickly suppressed the nausea and moved my eyes to search for Idone, but I couldn't see him. Instead, I saw Duong Zung's thin figure standing in front of me. He grinned and teased me after seeing me staring at him with wide eyes. "Sister, weren't you so brave when you were writing the accusation against me? Why are you so scared after seeing two blood corpses?" What? This was a matter of two blood corpses. There were clearly 7 or 8 of them. Moreover, it would be fine if the blood corpses were lying motionless, but these were living blood corpses, knowing pain, knowing how to surround and attack. If he hadn't arrived in time, Udon and I would have been buried here today. I cursed silently in my heart, but after Duongdung laughed and mocked me, the fear in my heart dissipated a lot, and my legs weren't as stiff as before. I struggled to stand up. "Thank you for saving me," I said. Although I wasn't used to Duongzung's grinning appearance, he had indeed defeated the blood corpses and saved my life. Moreover, this wasn't the first time he had saved me. The last time I was seriously injured, it was also thanks to him using miraculous medicine to heal me. I looked at him intently, always saying that there was no way to repay a life-saving grace, but at this moment, I awkwardly realized that other than thanking him verbally, I really didn't have any other way to express my gratitude. Unexpectedly, Duongdung jumped forward and waved his hand, saying, "Consider the thanks already given. I didn't kill them, and I didn't save you either." "Not you." I was stunned. There were only Duongdung and Dudu around here. If it wasn't Dudu, could it be that Dudu saved me? I immediately looked at Dudu, but Dudu frowned and said in a deep voice, "It was the great demon king who saved you." Mok. Hearing this name, I don't know why my heart trembled. He seemed to be my guardian. With him, I wouldn't be in danger. Then where is he? I searched around. Besides Duongdung and Dudu, there were only 2 blood corpses with their heads torn off. There was no one else at all, not even Don. "Took Don to find Widow Vuong," Dudu said. After he finished speaking, he went to pull my hand, pulled me to Duongzung's side, and said with a smile, "Sister, are your legs still limp? If you can't walk, you can ask my brother to carry you. My brother is very strong." After saying that, he giggled and glanced at Duongdung with a cunning little face. I was speechless. This kid, He was clearly very normal when he was with me, but why did he change as soon as he saw Duong, becoming petty? You guys have found Widow Vuong. Where is she? I ignored Dudu's teasing, directly skipped this topic, and asked Duong. Chapter 31. Rebirth Formation. She's on the boat. Duong pointed to the boat behind me. That boat was the same one Don and I had gone into to meet the old woman. Before we went in, Du said there was something wrong with the boat, and then we were attacked by blood corpses. Now it seems, the Vuong widow is probably hiding inside. We just didn't notice her before. My legs hadn't fully recovered, and I staggered towards the boat. But after only a few steps, Duong rushed forward, slinging me over his shoulder like a pig and heading inside the boat. Sure enough, Imak was inside, supporting Don and arguing with the old woman. His expression was extremely gloomy, and it seemed Don wasn't doing well. When he saw Duong carrying me in, his dark eyes grew even darker. As his mood fluctuated, the chill around him intensified rapidly, dropping the temperature in the small space by 10 degrees. Did you get it out of her? How to cure the blood corpse poison? Duong asked. He acted like nothing was wrong, directly setting me down on a chair behind Smock, making sure I was secure, and then grinning at Imak. What do you young people want? Why are you bullying a poor old woman like me? I don't know anything about blood corpses, and I don't know anything about poison. Please, spare an old woman like me, the old woman said, her face full of sorrow, her cloudy eyes brimming with grievance. If Du hadn't constantly reminded me, I would have suspected Smock had the wrong person. The one who commanded the blood corpses to attack us definitely wasn't this old woman. But it was obvious that we were attacked by blood corpses as soon as we left her place. If the blood corpses really had nothing to do with her, why did they only attack me and Don, while she was unharmed? Thinking of this, my face also darkened, and I remained silent. I originally thought Don was only bitten and injured by the blood corpses, although it was miserable, it wasn't life-threatening. Duong just said the blood corpses were poisonous, and now Don was really in bad shape, completely unconscious, his teeth chattering non-stop. He was like this because he saved me, so I was more anxious than anyone to find the culprit who harmed him. Without realizing it, I walked in front of the old woman and said coldly, "If you don't know anything, then hand over the pigskin you were sewing." The old woman didn't expect me to mention the pigskin at this time, so she was slightly taken aback, then looked at me miserably. I sewed that pigskin piece by piece. When the cold winter comes, I can only rely on that pigskin jacket to keep warm. Girl, I can tell from your face that you are a kind girl. Besides, my pigskin jacket isn't worth much. Please have mercy and leave this old woman something to keep warm. As she spoke, she glanced at me and Muck, her face fearful, even trembling as she stood up, wanting to kneel and beg us to spare her. Anyone who didn't know the situation would definitely think we were relying on our numbers and strength to bully an old woman, even thinking we were robbing her. But now, I didn't have an ounce of sympathy. Du said she was sewing human skin, and I believed Du. That's why seeing her pretend to be pitiful in front of me only made me feel nauseous. I'll say it one more time, hand over your pigskin jacket, or I'm afraid you won't have the chance to wear it again. My voice was cold. When I spoke, I saw Imak glance at me in surprise, a look of disbelief flashing across his face. Ever since I met him, I had always been afraid, but at this moment I was furious. He could see the decisiveness in my voice. If that old woman dared to refuse again, I wouldn't hesitate to turn my threat into reality. No wonder Imak was so surprised. The old woman was frightened after being threatened by me, but she didn't hand over the pigskin jacket as I said. She just kept crying and wailing, babbling that we should spare her, that she didn't have much longer to live. I was annoyed by her words. If it wasn't illegal to kill, I really wanted to chop her to death with a knife to avenge Don. Just when I didn't know what to do, Du poked my hand again, smiling and saying, "Sister, if she doesn't want to give it to you, we can get it ourselves. I know where the skin is." With a giggle, he pulled my hand to the side. After only a few steps, Du stopped, pointing to the deck beneath our feet. The deck looked very normal. I didn't expect there was a mezzanine below. But before Du could lift the plank, the old woman who was crying and complaining suddenly let out a strange cry and quickly lunged at Du. Just as she was about to touch Duong Dung suddenly moved. He was so fast, it seemed like he was in front of the old woman in an instant, kicking her in the chest. Bang! A sound rang out. The old woman was kicked away by Duong Dung, crashing into the wall and spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Forget that she was old. Even a young person would be seriously injured by such a kick from Duong Dung. But that old woman was still stubborn. After being kicked by Duong Dung, she didn't faint, but even staggered to her feet. "Vuong widow, you've killed so many people, and your time is coming. Hurry up and hand over the antidote, and I might give you a quick death." Himok's patience was also reaching its limit, and he stared coldly at the old woman. I was startled. How could this old woman be the Vuong widow? Cough, cough. I really don't know anything about an antidote, and I'm not the Vuong widow. You've got the wrong person. The old woman coughed up several mouthfuls of fresh blood, speaking intermittently, her breath very weak. But even so, she still stood unsteadily at the bow of the boat, facing us, as if there was something in the hold she couldn't give up. Human skin. The word suddenly flashed in my mind. She had been busy sewing human skin, and hadn't revealed any flaws, except when Du wanted to take her human skin. She panicked and was seriously injured by Duong Zung's kick. It must be human skin. With Himok and Duong Dung holding the old woman back, I wasn't afraid of her rushing over again. I quickly walked to where Du had pointed, and lifted the plank on the deck with one hand. As the mezzanine was revealed, a foul, rotten smell assaulted my face. I wasn't prepared and almost fainted. What was shocking was that under the plank wasn't human skin, but a series of red corpses. They were the same as the blood corpses that had surrounded and attacked us earlier, all skinned and drained of blood, neatly arranged together. Moreover, there were about 6 corpses. Adding the 7 blood corpses that attacked us earlier, there were a total of 13 corpses, matching the number of missing girls reported to the police. It's over. The corpses were all here, which meant all the girls were dead, including my cousin. In an instant, my heart felt like it was being pierced by needles. Even though these blood corpses had just surrounded and attacked me, I didn't feel scared when I saw them lying in the mezzanine. I only felt incredibly heartbroken. Unfortunately, they had all been skinned, covered in blood, and couldn't be identified. I didn't know when Duong Dung had come to my side. After seeing the blood corpses in the mezzanine, he sighed and said to the old woman, "The evidence is all in front of you, and you still don't admit it. Looking at your behavior, you want to practice Mika, right?" The old woman wasn't angry, but when she heard the 3 words Mika, her face changed. "Vuong widow, on the surface you're a Chinese shaman, but behind our backs, you're learning the evil arts of our Thai family. The methods of Mika are extremely cruel. Even among Thai monks, it's almost extinct, but you know the Mika evil art. Tell me, who is your master?" Duong Dung still looked the same as before, speaking casually, but his eyes were extremely vicious. I didn't know what method he used, but when he asked who the old woman's master was, his voice suddenly increased, like a loud bell, shaking everyone. The old woman was shaken so much that she coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Things had come to this point, and I was sure this old woman was the Vuong widow. When she vomited blood, several bright red chicken feathers fell from her body, the same one she showed me inside the tomb. But how could the Vuong widow suddenly become such a frail old woman? What exactly is Mika that it claimed so many girls' lives? My heart was burning with anger. After confirming that this old woman was the Vuong widow, I wanted to kill her directly with a knife. But killing was illegal. Moreover, Rudong was poisoned by the blood corpses. The reason Hmok was keeping the Vuong widow was probably because he didn't have a cure for the blood corpse poison. If you don't want to talk, then let my brilliant intelligence deduce it a little. Although I've never learned the Mika evil art, I've heard my master mention it before. Mika is called the rebirth formation in Chinese, specializing in using the skin and bodies of young girls to cleanse oneself in order to achieve the goal of rejuvenation. That's why you skinned these girls to sew a cocoon of maturity, then crawled into the cocoon, exchanging it for young bones and tendons. Each time you successfully reborn, you'll be 1 year younger than the last time. But Mika also has a huge weakness, which is that the effect only lasts for 1 year. That's why every year at this time, you have to return to your true age, turning into an 80-year-old woman, right? Duong Dung said, then he looked at the Vuong widow, his eyes mocking her a little. Now you're over 80 years old, and after being reborn, you're about 40 years old. That proves you only came into contact with the Thai family's evil arts when you were 60 years old. More than 20 years ago, Thai monks fled to China to escape persecution. As far as I know, only Long Bia Vim came, so your master is Long Bia Vim, right? The Vuong widow's whole body trembled, looking at Duong Dung in shock. Who exactly are you? You're so young, yet you know so much. I'm your grandfather. Since Long Bia Vim is your master, then I'll spare you 1 life for the sake of your master, but you have to leave the human skin and release all the souls you've lured, Duong Dung said. As he spoke, he seemed to remember something, pointing at Idone. Oh, right, and him. Tell me the antidote to the blood corpse poison, and then you can leave. I panicked. Was he just going to let the Vuong widow go like that? She killed so many young girls to regain her youth, including my cousin and friends I've played with since childhood. Was he just going to let her go like that? I was so angry I wanted to argue with Duong Dung, but Du pulled me back, shaking his head at me, signaling me not to speak. Du was Duong Zung's little devil, so of course he would speak up for him. I pushed Du away, wanting to rush in front of Duong Dung. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw Imok on the side, saw him and Du looking at me, also shaking their heads at me. Chapter 32. Long Bia Vim. I unconsciously stopped walking. I don't know why, but when I saw Sumu preventing me from going, I listened to him as if he were absolutely right. Really? You're willing to let me go? Widow Wang was also skeptical of Tang Yong's words, but now she was seriously injured, and there were 2 experts, Tang Yong and Sumu, in front of her. Escaping was as impossible as a daydream, and she could only place all her hopes on Tang Yong. Of course, a gentleman's word is his bond. Tang Yong patted his chest and said, I was almost so shocked by him that I spat out my saliva. How could he use such nonsensical idioms during such a serious conversation? Fortunately, Su Tuan, who loved to embellish his words, was unconscious. If he heard him making up idioms like this, he would probably be furious. I can release the souls, and the blood corpses can also be returned to you, but I must take the human skin. Since you spared my life out of respect for my master, you must have some relationship with my master. You must know the significance of human skin to me. Widow Wang stared intently at Tang Yong, as if afraid that Tang Yong would take actions detrimental to her. All right then, since you're being so generous, tell me how to detoxify first. Tang Yong continued to nod, agreeing with her so easily. The murky eyes of Widow Wang stared at Tang Yong for a long time before choosing to believe him. She panted and said, Detoxifying the blood corpses is actually very simple. Just set fire to the 2 blood corpses that bit him, take the ashes, add some dang thou and apply it to his wound, and the poison will be neutralized. Then, she took out a dark, pitch-black vial from her body, then opened the lid. A cloud of black dust suddenly appeared at the mouth of the vial, forming a small vortex above the mouth. As the black gas in the vortex continued to pour out, the entire cabin was quickly enveloped in a thick layer of dark energy. The temperature in the cabin, which was already very low, immediately solidified into a layer of cold air, dropping the temperature directly below freezing. I was only wearing a short-sleeved dress, and I was immediately frozen by the low temperature, getting goosebumps all over. Just as I was shivering, a light coat was suddenly draped over my back. The coat was as light as air, and I didn't feel it at all when I put it on, but after having the coat, I felt like I had an extra shield, separating all the cold air from the outside. At the same time, behind me, Sumu also began to frantically absorb yin energy, inhaling the yin energy released from the vial directly into his body. Just like that, I quickly stopped feeling cold. That made me feel a little touched. Because of Su Tuan's injuries, Sumu's face was so cold that it could freeze into ice, and coupled with the fact that Tang Yong had carried me in earlier, he had basically not been very amiable to me other than glaring at me. Now, he was the first to rush to protect me when I was cold, which really surprised me. I thought he was angry with me and wouldn't pay attention to me. Along with the yin energy released from the vial, so many figures suddenly appeared in the tiny cabin. The 13 murdered young girls' souls all appeared here, making the already cramped cabin even more crowded. I seemed to immediately see the soul of my cousin. I hurried over to her and hugged her, crying. But my arm passed through her. Although she was standing right in front of me, she was just a shadow in the air, untouchable and unreachable. I suddenly felt even more distressed, turning around to ask Sumu what was going on. I could clearly touch my cousin's soul in the mountain cave, so what was happening now? Sumu explained that in the mountain cave, my cousin's soul was controlled by Widow Wang and could obtain yin energy from Widow Wang, so her soul could solidify. But now that Widow Wang could barely protect herself, she naturally didn't have any yin energy to control them, so they had returned to the state of newly deceased ghosts. The state of newly deceased ghosts is very unstable. Once they leave the body, they can dissipate at any time. Only in special circumstances can the soul be stabilized and truly become a ghost. In other words, these cousins of mine could only be considered temporary ghosts. Although they died tragically in their adolescence and were skinned and had their blood drained to be made into blood corpses, they should have had strong resentment to support them in becoming real ghosts. However, before they died, they were turned into living puppets by Widow Wang, becoming foolish. How could someone who has lost consciousness harbor resentment? From this, one can see the cruelty of Widow Wang. When she turned people into living puppets, she had already thought about skinning and refining the souls of these girls. In fact, they were basically selected by Widow Wang, and turning my cousin into a living puppet was just part of her plan. Furthermore, Tang Yong said that the rebirth formation only works for 1 year, which means that she must kill so many young girls like this every year, and this has been going on for over 20 years. So how many young girls have died at her hands in total? I really didn't dare to think about it anymore. Her entire murder plan could be said to be flawless. No one cares about the missing mental patients in the mental hospital. If it weren't for the fact that she shifted her target to Zhongming this year, if it weren't for the fact that my cousin happened to be in her murder plan, then relying on her method of killing people, apart from yin-yang masters and demons, it would be very difficult for the police to catch her. After Widow Wang released all the yin souls, Sumu told Tang Yong to keep an eye on Widow Wang and Su Tuan, while he took me out of the cabin and went in front of the 2 blood corpses with broken necks. Most of the young girls' souls were foolish and muddled. Only my cousin had her spell broken before she died, regaining her senses, so after we came out, she followed us out as well. When she saw the extremely painful expressions of the 2 blood corpses lying on the ground, she opened her mouth as if crying, but she had no tears and made no sound. I couldn't even talk to her. She cried for a long time, looked at me sadly, moved her lips, and sobbed silently, but I couldn't hear anything. Seeing her like that, I couldn't help but cry. Finally, Sumu couldn't stand it anymore and she said that she was refined into a soul and will soon dissipate. She is very happy to have a sister like you, but she still has one thing she can't let go of, and that is her parents. They only have one child, and now that she is dead, she is afraid that her parents will collapse, so she asks you to visit her parents often in the future, and take care of them more when they are old. Yes. I nodded vigorously. My aunt and uncle have loved me like their own daughter since I was a child. Now that she is dead, I will naturally take care of my aunt and uncle more, but no matter what I do, I am not my cousin after all, and my aunt and uncle are not young anymore. I really don't know how to tell them the bad news that she has passed away. Moreover, what will their reaction be if they know that my cousin was skinned after her death? Sumu. I wiped my tears and called out to Sumu. Is there any way for my cousin to meet my aunt and uncle one last time? Sumu pondered for a while and didn't speak. Seeing that there was no hope, I threw myself into Sumu's arms, looked up at him with tears in my eyes. Please, let them meet one last time. This is the last thing we can do for them. If they don't meet, I really don't know how to tell my aunt and uncle about my cousin's death. Hi. Sumu sighed again, also reaching out to hug me, his other hand gently stroking my hair, and said gently, one of the two blood corpses that bit people is my cousin's body, so after the cremation later, her soul will also dissipate. That's why she followed us out here, entrusting her affairs to you, Yang Yang. Everything in the world has its fate, coming and going, you must accept it. Then, Sumu hugged me tightly and leaned down to kiss my forehead. My accumulated emotions couldn't be held back any longer, and I started crying loudly in his arms. After a long time, my mood gradually stabilized. Now, Su Tuan's life and death are still unknown. To save Su Tuan, I have to cremate my cousin's body, which makes me very uncomfortable. I want to save Su Tuan quickly, but I also miss my cousin. On the contrary, my cousin has been saying something to Sumu all along, looking like she is urging Sumu to cremate her body. That's right, no matter what, my cousin is already dead, and Su Tuan is still alive. After I finished crying, I finally made up my mind and said to my cousin, I'm sorry. Then I turned around and left, unable to bear to continue watching, and told Sumu to cremate the two blood corpses. Sumu responded, said a few words to my cousin, then walked to the side of the corpse. A screen of dark black fire surrounded the corpse. Soon, the bleeding corpse was burned into a pile of grayish-white powder. And along with the cremation of the corpse, my cousin was no longer seen. I felt extremely lost, but thinking that Su Tuan could be saved, I tried to cheer up and gathered the ashes with Sumu. Just then, the fishing boat behind us suddenly shook violently, and a miserable scream from Mau Mau came from inside the cabin. Sumu's face immediately became tense, and he directly disappeared from beside me. I was also scared out of my wits and quickly ran into the cabin. I saw that Mau Miao's small, originally dark face had suddenly turned pale, and a large tear appeared in front of his chest. Tang Yong also had 3 sharp cuts on his calf, surrounded by a layer of dark energy, and his face was also dark. Where is he? Sumu glanced at them, immediately frowned, and asked. I couldn't keep an eye on him. He's gone. Tang Yong replied, although he was injured, his tone was still relaxed as if nothing had happened. Sister, it's that female vengeful ghost. She appeared and rescued Widow Wang. Mau Mau was lying on the ground, his small face wrinkled into a small steamed bun because of the pain. I didn't care who rescued Widow Wang, and ran straight over to hug Mau Mau, asking Sumu if Mau Miao's injuries were serious, and if he had any way to treat Mau Mau. Mau Mau was very afraid of Sumu. Seeing that I was going to ask Sumu to save him, he immediately struggled in my arms, saying that he was fine, and saving his boss was the main thing. He's seriously injured, but not to the point of losing his soul, at most just a little pain. It's okay. Sumu glanced at Mao Mao and replied in a stiff tone. He didn't save Mao Mao, but went over to Tang Yong's side, narrowed his eyes and said, "What is your relationship with Long Bavim widow Wang's master?" "We have no relationship at all." "You have no relationship, but you gave Long Bavim face and spared her life." "You believe what I said casually." "I didn't intend to let her go." Tang Yong panicked and said angrily. The wound on his leg was constantly shaking due to the invasion of yin energy, and his expression was also very ferocious, looking even more painful than Mao Mao. "Then why is she gone? What is your relationship with Long Bavim?" Sumu was not moved by Tang Yong's previous answer. His face became even colder, and he even put his finger in front of the wound on Tang Yong's leg. If Tang Yong couldn't give him a satisfactory answer, I believed that Sumu would definitely stab hard at his wound. This kind of dog-eat-dog thing, in front of Sumu, is really not worth mentioning. Tang Yong also clearly saw that Sumu was not joking. His face turned pale with fear, and he had to say, "Okay, you're tough, you're stubborn, I'll tell you." Chapter 33. The Family Manor. Strictly speaking, Long Bavim is considered my Su Tuk junior granduncle. He and my Su Fu master were sworn brothers, but I've never met him, only heard his name. "We have no relationship at all," Duong Dung said, severing any connection between himself and Long Bavim with a single sentence. Amok's hand suddenly pressed down, his slender fingernails digging directly into Duong Zung's wound, causing him to scream miserably in pain. "No wonder you let her escape. That Vuong widow is basically your Su Ti, senior sister. Tell me, where did she go? If you don't hand her over, ha." Amok said, a flash of ferocity crossing his face as his fingernails sank deeper into Duong Zung's flesh. A stream of black Amki, yin energy directly entered Duong Zung's body through his fingers. Duong Dung was instantly struck as if by lightning, his whole body trembling, his jaw clattering, his eyes rolling back in his head. "You fiend! Quickly release my boss, or I'll fight you to the death." Du, seeing Duong Dung being tortured, shouted and struggled to rush towards Amok. But the child was also seriously injured, and before he could reach Amok, he tripped over his own feet and fell. I immediately helped Du up, advising Amok, "They're already so badly injured. They probably didn't deliberately let the Vuong widow go. Now that things are like this, let's not have internal conflicts. We should treat them first and wake Oidon up. That's the main thing." With that, I held Du tightly in my arms, afraid that Amok would harm him again. Internal conflict. Who's on his side? Amok coldly snorted, glaring at Duong Dung. However, he didn't make things difficult for Duong Dung anymore. His expression darkened, and he placed his hand on Duong Zung's wound, circulating the Amki in his body to absorb the black Amki swirling around the wound into himself. The sudden absorption revealed to me just how much Amki Duong Zung's body contained. I had initially thought there was only a little in the wound, but as Amok absorbed it, Amki continuously poured out of Duong Zung's wound, seemingly endlessly. Even Amok's expression involuntarily became serious, and he frowned at Duong Dung. After more than 5 minutes of continuous absorption, the Amki in Duong Zung's wound gradually lessened. Once Mok had absorbed all the Amki from his leg, Duong Dung finally stopped trembling. Because I had once done that with Mok, I also had some of his Amki in my body, so I could see the black mist. Living people cannot be infected with too much Amki, or their internal organs will freeze, leading to death. With so much Amki in Duong Zung's body, it seemed that the Amki had seeped in from the wound on his leg. In that case, Du was right. The Vuong widow was rescued by that female Laqui, vengeful female ghost. Only that female Laqui could leave behind such dense Amki when harming others. After Amok had absorbed all the Amki from Duong Zung's body, He didn't stay but went straight to me. When Dudu saw Imok, his body couldn't help but tremble. Just as he was about to struggle and escape, Imok picked him up from my arms. Imok! I felt a sudden tension in my heart, calling out to him instinctively, afraid that Imok would harm Dudu. Stay there. Don't move, and don't come over, Imok replied. With that, he carried Dudu to the other side of the cabin, transferring the Amki he had just absorbed from Duong Dung to Dudu. He was actually healing Dudu. I looked at Imok in astonishment. His face was now extremely focused, his sharp and handsome features unusually beautiful. I was unconsciously stunned. Just as I was admiring his breathtaking beauty, Duong Dung approached me unnoticed, nudging me a few times and saying, "So beautiful. You're practically drooling." I immediately came to my senses, giving Duong Dung an embarrassed glare. Did he have to be so blunt? Are you all right now? I asked. Ha! This little wound is nothing to me, Duong Dung grinned, as if he wasn't the one who had been in so much pain that his eyes had rolled back. I pouted, giving him some face and not calling him out. Did you tell him to heal Dudu? Duong Dung asked after smiling, looking at Imok with a suggestive gaze. Fortunately, Imok was currently closing his eyes and not paying attention to him. Otherwise, just that suggestive look would be enough to make Imok uncomfortable, and he might beat him up. No, he wanted to heal Dudu himself, I replied. He really thought highly of me, as if Imok would listen to me if I told him to save Dudu. Then let's not chat anymore. Let's wake up that brother of ours and then decide what to do next, Duong Dung pouted at Udon. With that, he went to Udon's side, searched his body for a while, and took out a purplish-green herb. Is that Dak Dang Thou toxic vine herb? I asked Duong Dung. When the Vuong widow had said to mix the ash of the blood corpse with Dak Dang Thou, I had been wondering what Dak Dang Thou was, thinking that saving Don't wouldn't be so easy. I didn't expect Duong Dung to carry this with him. Yes, Dak Dang Thou is a commonly used detoxification herb in Thailand. In Thailand, there are many poisonous snakes, mosquitoes. If they bite you, Western medicine requires finding antidotal serum, but traditional Thai medicine uses Dak Dang Thou to detoxify, and it's always effective, Duong Dung explained, crushing the dried Dak Dang Thou with his hands and mixing it with the blood corpse ash we had gathered earlier. Then why do you always carry Dak Dang Thou with you? You don't raise poisonous snakes, and Jiangmin doesn't have any venomous insects, I asked again. For mosquito repellent. This Dak Dang Thou can not only detoxify but is also the bane of mosquitoes. I use it as mosquito repellent incense, so I always carry it with me, Duong Dung explained. With that, he applied the mixture of the two to Don's wound. The ash mixture was originally grayish-white, but upon contact with Don's wound, it quickly turned black. After all the ash mixture on the wound had turned black, Don finally gradually woke up. Grandpa too, are you all right? Ah! He was excited when he saw me, but the movement aggravated his wound, causing him to inhale sharply in pain. I quickly reassured him, I'm all right. It's just that your whole body is covered in bite wounds. Don't move now. Try to rest. Where's that Vuong widow? Have you found her yet? He quickly looked around the cabin. After seeing Imok's figure, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, It's good that Grandpa too is here. I nodded and recounted the events that had occurred after he fell unconscious, but I concealed the fact that the blood corpse that bit him was my younger sister. When he learned that Duong Dung and the Vuong widow were fellow disciples, he seemed a little surprised, but he didn't say anything. He just smiled at his good friend Duong Dung and then thanked him. Duong Dung waved his hand, saying that Imok had saved his little ghost, so it was only natural for him to help Imok save Idon. The two of them started chatting back and forth. By the time Imok had finished treating Dudu, it was already dawn. The Vuong widow had escaped and was rescued by that female Laqui, so it wouldn't be easy to find her now. Moreover, my younger sister was dead, and Mok had no intention of continuing to pursue the Vuong widow. He only told me to collect the remaining ashes of my younger sister, then told us to return to the pier while he stayed on the boat to burn all the remaining blood corpses. After dealing with the fishing boat, Mok took us back. However, we encountered some obstacles on the way back. Duong was bitten so badly that his whole body was covered in wounds. Although the poison had been removed, the wounds were still there, so he obviously couldn't drive. And Duong Zung's leg was injured, specifically his right leg, so he obviously couldn't drive either. That left only me, Mok, and Du. Du was out of the question, of course. Before I could ask Mok if he knew how to drive, he jumped straight into the passenger seat, looked at me, and said, "What are you spacing out for?" "Drive the car." "I don't really know. After getting my driver's license, I only knew the books," I said awkwardly. Moreover, there were so many people in the car. Letting me drive was no different than treating human lives like grass. "I don't have a driver's license," Mok said bluntly, looking at me with a blank expression after he said it. That's right. It would be strange for a Loc who had been dead for over 100 years to have a driver's license. I was really about to collapse. Talking to Mok was worse than calling a driver directly to take us to the hospital. That way, the lives of everyone in our car would be guaranteed. Unexpectedly, Mok didn't let me make a phone call. He suddenly reached out and grabbed me. I lost control of my body and was pulled straight back into the driver's seat by Mok. "Drive. Don't go to the hospital. Go back to Adon's house to find Otin first," Mok said. His voice wasn't loud, but it had a commanding authority. I had intended to refuse, but I was intimidated by his attitude and could only obediently buckle my seatbelt, relying on what I had learned in driving school to start the car and drive slowly into the city. By the time we arrived at Udon's house, it was almost noon. The half-hour trip had been stretched out to more than 4 hours. Mok's face was completely dark, probably because he hadn't expected my driving skills to be so bad. Fortunately, we finally arrived. I was directly shocked by the wealth of Udon's family. I used to think that his family lived in a building in some residential area, but when I arrived at his neighborhood, I discovered that this was a villa district. Okay, the economy is developing rapidly now. It really is different from the old days. In my impression, fortune tellers were people who went from house to house, tricking people out of food and drink. Udon's family was so wealthy that they lived in a large villa. When I actually drove into Udon's house, I was once again shocked. His house was located deep within the villa district. I had passed many villas earlier and had a general understanding of the villas in this area, but his house was different from the other villas. It could definitely be called a manor. The outermost edge was an iron fence, and the gate was covered in climbing roses, creating a magnificent wall of flowers. That was nothing yet. Inside the fence gate was a vast lawn. 4 animal statues, azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, were arranged on all sides of the lawn. In the center of the lawn stood a small temple. The temple wasn't big, but it was very prosperous with incense. 3 extremely large golden incense sticks were placed in the incense burner in front of the temple. After I stopped the car as directed by Don, I helped him out of the car. Du and Duong Dung were also stunned by Don's house, constantly observing the buildings in Idon's house, like Liu Grand Melu entering the Grand View Garden. Itin was also in the house. After hearing the noise, he came down to greet us. When he saw that Idon was seriously injured, he quickly took Idon from my shoulder and helped him upstairs. When I met Itin, I felt uneasy. After all, his son was injured like this because he had saved me. While I was hesitating whether or not to go inside and apologize to Itin, he came out and said to Mok, "Uncle too, rest assured. I've already treated the brat Don's wounds properly. But why was he injured like this? Have you found that blood-drinking spellcaster yet?" "We found her," Mok replied, going to Ithing's side and continuing, Uncle, I have something to tell you. Chapter 34. Not husband and wife. With that, he led Su Sheng upstairs. I instinctively followed behind him, but after a few steps, he stopped and said to me, "You don't need to follow me. Feel free to wander around here. I'll be down soon." Then he left me there and went with Su Sheng. In such a large room, wasn't he just leaving me to Tang Yong's mercy? I was really annoyed with that chatterbox Tang Yong. It was as if he was born to irritate me. If he wasn't calling me Hunchback Ding, he was exposing my obsession with handsome guys. Anyway, he only needed to say 2 or 3 sentences to offend me. I didn't want to pay attention to him, so I sat on the sofa, pretending to watch TV, ignoring Tang Yong. But Tang Yong still came over, getting close to my face, and said, "Sk, sk, I didn't realize the old ghost's house was so rich. No wonder you married him. See? I knew it. I endured it and didn't say anything. I told you, that old ghost is nothing special, far inferior to me. Why are you so infatuated with him? The only thing he has over me is money. But you wait, Yang Yang. When I sell some Buddha amulets and make money, I'll also have a house this big. Then you'll be crazy about me. Okay. I'll let you come live at my place. I didn't marry him for his money, understand? Besides, this is his nephew's house. It has nothing to do with him. He's basically a poor ghost. All the money is mine." I couldn't hold back anymore and retorted angrily, "I've never heard anyone talk like this before. It's like I'm only with Su Mu for his money. I'm not that kind of despicable person, okay? And after I got together with him, I'm the one making all the money, understand? Oh, so this isn't the old ghost's house. Well, I have to say, Yang Yang, even though you're a bit flat-chested and skinny, you have the advantage of being pretty. You can't be so blind. Look at me, I'm not exactly rich, but I'm much better than that old ghost. Besides, we have potential. If you don't mind, you can come with me to sell Buddha amulets. If we work together as husband and wife, we can drain the Eastern Sea with our combined efforts, and one day we'll make a lot of money." Tang Yong said. I was speechless. This kid is actually quite good-looking, capable, and not old. Why is he so worried about getting married so early? He has to tease everyone he meets, as if he's afraid of being alone later, and he's even teaching Mao Mao his bad habits. I'm not close to you. Why are you always trying to seduce me? Besides, I already have a boyfriend, I replied. Tang Yong suddenly put on a hurt expression, clutching his chest dramatically, and said, "Lu Yang, you have no conscience. We've been through so many accumulated points together, and you say we're not close. Have you forgotten when you begged me to help you? Have you forgotten when I treated your injuries? You even slept at my house, and you say we're not close?" After saying that, he seemed to be provoked again, and slowly walked over to me, resting his head on my shoulder, and said resentfully, "Anyway, you've already slept with me. You have to take responsibility for me." This guy is getting more and more outrageous. I pushed him away directly and said, "Get lost. When did I sleep with you? Don't talk nonsense. Are you afraid Su Mu will hear?" Tang Yong was pushed away by me but wasn't angry at all. In the blink of an eye, he was close to my face again, grinning mischievously. This kid is really despicable, but also kind of cute, making people both angry and amused, not knowing what to say. I simply ignored him. He pestered me for a while, and seeing that I was completely cold and unresponsive, he got bored and went outside to play with Mao Mao. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. With Tang Yong gone, I was finally at peace. But I hadn't been relaxed for long when Tang Yong shouted my name loudly from the yard. At that moment, I really wished I was Su Mu, so I could rush out and shut his mouth, and show him what's what. But after all, I'm not Su Mu, and this is the Su family's house. Su Mu is discussing important matters with Su Sheng, so I had no choice but to reluctantly go outside and ask what Tang Yong wanted. "Come here quickly, look at this." He pointed to a small shrine in the middle of the yard and said. I had noticed the small shrine when I arrived, but the Su family is in the feng shui business, so building shrines in their home for worship is very normal. There's no need to be so surprised. I went to the front of the small shrine and looked in the direction Tang Yong was pointing. Only then did I realize that the shrine didn't house any statues of gods, but a row of ancestral tablets of the Su family. And what Tang Yong was pointing at was Sumu's tablet. I stared at Sumu's tablet for a while, but couldn't see anything unusual, so I asked Tang Yong, "What's wrong?" "Look closely at his tablet," Tang Yong said excitedly. I immediately felt helpless. Sumu is a ghost, so it's normal for his descendants to have his tablet at home. The other tablets all have the names of both husband and wife engraved on them, but his tablet only has his name, without your name, Tang Yong explained, seeing that I didn't understand. "So what? I'm still alive, why would my name be on it?" I was confused. "That's not right. According to the rules of engraving tablets, even if you're still alive, your name should be engraved on it. It's called completion. You can't have only one person's name on the tablet, that's incomplete. So many children who die without wives, the family will find a spirit wife and engrave her name on it. But your name isn't on it, so you're not considered Sumu's wife yet," Tang Yong excitedly informed me. I suddenly became interested, but not because my name wasn't on Sumu's tablet, but because Linyana's name wasn't on it. Tang Yong had just said that in a ghost marriage ceremony, the woman's name would be written on the tablet. But Linyana and Sumu were buried together, so logically that should also be considered a ghost marriage. Why isn't Linyana's name on Sumu's tablet? After discovering that, the corners of my mouth suddenly turned up. It seemed like Sumu had once said that Linyana wasn't his wife. At first, I thought Linyana was buried with Sumu after he died, and he didn't like Linyana. But now it seems that's not the case at all. "You're so happy, you probably don't want to be the old ghost's wife, right? Besides, you're a living person, why marry a dead ghost? If you're willing to follow me, I guarantee you'll have good food and clothes," Tang Yong said, getting more and more excited seeing me smile. I directly ignored him and ran straight into the Su family's villa, wanting to ask Sumu what the relationship between him and Linyana was, and why Linyana's name wasn't written on his tablet. When I ran to the living room, Sumu and Su Sheng were just coming out. They had finished their discussion and were leaving. "What's wrong? Why are you so happy?" Sumu happened to see me and asked. "I'm asking you this, why isn't Linyana's name on your tablet?" I asked, my heart pounding with excitement, as if I was about to snatch someone else's husband. Sumu was stunned by my question and asked in reply, "Why should Linyana's name be on my tablet? She's buried with you, isn't she your wife?" I suddenly became even more nervous, swallowed, and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Sumu didn't answer my question directly, but scolded me indifferently, then took my hand and told Su Sheng to go back and take care of Su Tuan, and contact him if there was any news. After saying that, he pulled me towards the car, apparently intending to leave. I hurriedly asked what he and Su Sheng had discussed, and if Su Tuan was all right. Sumu said that he would tell me the details on the way, and that we should go home and rest first. Then, he glared at me, and scoffed. "Living people are really strange. Just one night without sleep and your eyes are all dark, almost like a panda." After he said that, I remembered that I hadn't slept for a day and a night, and had driven all morning. I was already exhausted. On the contrary, he looked very alert. Could it be that ghosts don't need to sleep? As I was thinking this, Sumu had already stuffed me into the car, but this time he didn't let me drive, but let me sit in the passenger seat, while he sat in the driver's seat. "Don't you not have a driver's license?" I asked in surprise. "That's right, I don't have a driver's license, but I know how to drive," Sumu replied, then started the engine and sped forward. "Wait, Tang Yong and Mao Mao are still inside," I said quickly. We all came together, now we can be considered friends. Didn't Sumu intend to take them back? Forget about them, you go home and rest first. There's still something to do tonight, Sumu said directly, and after saying that, the car had already left the Su family's villa, speeding away. I saw Tang Yong pulling Mao Miao's hand and running like the wind behind, shouting for us to stop the car, but Sumu ignored him completely. He ran a few steps, and seeing that he really couldn't catch up with the car, he cursed loudly and even picked up a stone and threw it at the car. I felt a little sympathy for Tang Yong. Although this person always acted like he was asking for a beating, he was still considered a good person, and had saved me several times. He was so greedy for money but never asked me for anything in return. It seems that we are really being a little ungrateful in the way we are treating him. But I couldn't control it. After sympathizing with him for a while, I immediately left him behind and asked Sumu what needed to be done tonight. Go find your aunt and uncle, and return your sister's ashes to them, Sumu replied. Only then did I remember that the main thing hadn't been done yet. To be honest, I always had the intention of running away from my sister's death, not knowing how to tell my aunt and uncle. But the incident had already happened, and there was no way to save it. What needs to be faced will eventually be faced. I suddenly became depressed and didn't ask Sumu about Lin Yaner anymore. All the way I was thinking about how to talk to my aunt and uncle about this, and didn't have the mood to talk to Sumu anymore. He was very focused on driving, and his driving skills were quite skilled, like a veteran driver. I felt confused. Logically, he was a person from the late Qing dynasty. How would he know how to drive? But now I was in a very heavy mood and didn't want to ask him this question. He didn't take me back to the Hilton Hotel, nor did he take me back to the room that Wang Wen rented, but stopped the car in front of a high-rise building. The high-rise building was all apartments, mostly office spaces for companies. Very few people lived here. I asked him what he was bringing me here for. Su Shang's company is here. We'll set up a feng shui formation here. We'll be staying here for a while to prevent Widow Wang from sending people to kill again, Sumu replied. After saying that, he got out of the car, walked straight to the passenger seat door, and opened the car door to carry me in his arms. My face immediately flushed red, and I looked at Sumu confused. What are you doing? So many people are watching. I can walk myself. Let you enjoy a little bit of the rights of a wife. Otherwise you'll always be saying that other people are my wife. I'm a loyal person. I've chosen you and I won't have a change of heart, Sumu replied. After saying that, he gave me a mischievous smile. Suddenly, everyone entering and leaving the entrance of the high-rise building looked at us. I only felt that the eyes of others were burning hot. Suddenly I was so ashamed that I wanted to dig a hole and bury myself, burying my head in his chest. But in fact, the words he just said made me very happy. He said that he and Lin Yaner were not husband and wife. He said that he was a loyal person. Chapter 35. The Four-Eared Monkey. He carried me, ignoring everyone's stares, and went straight to the top floor of the building. Two Things Company was on the top floor. I had imagined Two Things Company would be like other companies, just a rented space with some communal furniture to work with. Who knew he was so rich that he rented the entire top floor? Moreover, all the rooms were connected, leaving only a few supporting pillars. The entire company had no desks or chairs, but was filled with flowers and grass, like entering a fairyland. The whole floor was a rock garden with flowing water, and a small stream meandered through the trees. The carp in the water swam happily. It was truly mesmerizing. This is a company? A workplace? Tu Tin had turned it into something like a resort. What's more, he even planted 5 lush coconut trees in the middle of the floor, full of coconuts, and a fluffy little monkey sat on top of one of the trees. I was so shocked that my jaw dropped for a long time, as if I were dreaming. Tumak was also obviously a little taken aback by the layout of this company, but he only glanced around once before calmly returning to normal, carrying me to the foot of the coconut trees in the middle of the floor. As Tumak moved, I quickly realized that his walking trajectory was very strange. The road was originally straight, but he carried me back and forth on the open ground, seemingly tracing a Bagua 8 trigram shape. I suddenly became curious and asked Tumak if he was walking in the shape of the Bagua. Tumak looked at me with a little surprise, then smiled and replied, "I didn't realize it. You're quite good, you can even see that." Then he explained to me that this way of walking was the two families' inherited yin-yang fish Bagua formation. At the beginning of the renovation, this formation was buried underground. It wouldn't be visible from the surface, but if you followed the pre-buried formation, you could activate it, releasing the yin-yang energy hidden inside, forming a protective circle for the yin-yang energy, protecting those who stayed inside. With the protection of yin-yang energy, whether the enemy attacking was human or ghost, they would suffer the attack of the yin-yang fish Bagua formation. Yin energy attacks the living, that is, those who are against the sorcerer like the widowed Mrs. Duong. Yin energy attacks the dead. The two family helps others with feng shui, catching ghosts and exorcising demons, inevitably provoking many wrong souls and vengeful ghosts. Having this yin-yang energy for defense is truly creating an iron shield for themselves. I couldn't help but feel admiration for the two family. I used to think that Tumak and his group were just fortune tellers, but I didn't expect them to have such a powerful formation. No wonder Tumak brought me here. That widowed Mrs. Duong killed so many people in order to reincarnate, preparing for so long, only to be ruined by us. She must be holding a grudge and might come back to kill again at any time. Tumak, as a fierce ghost, was naturally not afraid of her, but I knew nothing. The widowed Mrs. Duong had hundreds of ways to kill me. Thinking like this, I suddenly felt warmth in my heart. Although Tumak didn't say it, he brought me here to protect me. Tumak finished walking the Bagua formation, crossed the small stream, and went straight to the middle of the coconut trees. At this time, I realized that the 5 coconut trees were planted very neatly, like the 5 points of a 5-pointed star, and in the middle of the coconut trees was a large bed 2 meters wide, with soft bed sheets and a thick mattress. I only glanced at it once and felt tired all over, my eyelids even started to droop. Tumak smiled when he saw I was sleepy, directly carried me and threw me onto the bed, then helped me take off my shoes, hugged my waist and said, "Go to sleep, I'll wake you up later." I nodded drowsily. The sleepiness in my body was suddenly released, and I fell asleep. I don't know how long I slept, but when I woke up, I was full of energy, my spirit was extremely good. Tumak was no longer here, I didn't know where he had gone. I sat up, looked at my phone and found that only an hour had passed. I thought I had slept all afternoon, but it was so refreshing. It seemed that these 5 coconut trees were not simple, they could help me recover my vitality in such a short time. I got out of bed, put on my slippers, and went outside, intending to take a closer look at this fairyland. Unexpectedly, as soon as I stepped out of the 5 coconut tree area, the little monkey sitting on the tree suddenly screamed loudly, "Oa oa," scaring me half to death. "You're awake!" Tumak's voice came from the tree. I immediately looked up at the tree, wondering why Tumak had climbed up the tree for no reason. But I only saw the little monkey on the tree, I didn't see Tumak's figure anywhere. "Are you hungry? I cooked noodles, get up and eat." Tumak's voice came from the tree again. This time I saw it clearly. The voice came from the mouth of the little monkey that just shouted, "Oa oa." I was extremely surprised. I tried to talk to the monkey, but the little monkey was silent, looking at me with a curious expression. Not long after, Tumak came out of the forest, holding a bowl of noodles in his hand. "Tumak, was that you talking to me just now? Why did the voice come out of the monkey's mouth? It's so magical." I was very curious, and as soon as I saw Tumak, I immediately asked the question in my heart. After speaking, I was also not polite with Tumak, directly took the bowl from Tumak's hand, put it on the wooden table next to me and started eating. "Have you ever heard of the 6-eared macaque?" Tumak smiled and suddenly asked me out of the blue. "No kidding, who doesn't know the 6-eared macaque?" It's the monkey that impersonated Sun Wukong in Journey to the West, right? I replied. Tumok gave me a contemptuous look after hearing this, and replied, What you said is in mythological legends. I'm asking if you know the real six-eared macaque. I suddenly stopped my chopsticks, looking at Tumok in surprise. Isn't that originally mythology? Does the six-eared macaque really exist in real life? Of course, ghosts are also things that appear in ghost legends. Isn't I standing right in front of you? Tumok pouted, looking at me as if he were looking at an idiot. Then he pointed to the monkey on the tree and said, This is the original form of the six-eared macaque, the four-eared macaque. It is a spirit monkey that I accidentally encountered when I was young. At that time, its spiritual power was still low. It was still a two-eared macaque. I caught it and tamed it, but after only a few years, I encountered an accident and died, so I couldn't completely tame it. However, after more than 100 years of cultivation, it was able to evolve into a four-eared macaque based on its intelligence. It's truly rare. This is your monkey. It's lived for over 100 years. I was immediately even more surprised. The little monkey was only a little bigger than the palm of my hand. Standing up, it was probably only as long as my arm. It looked completely like a weaned baby monkey, and it has lived for over 100 years. Even more than that, the earless state of a spirit monkey at birth is actually without ears. Even both ears must rely on cultivation to develop. In a situation without a master to guide it, it is not easy to cultivate two ears on its own. It needs at least 35 to 50 years old. When I met it, it already had two ears. If you calculate it now, it is at least 160, 170 years old, even older than me. So if it continues to cultivate, will it cultivate into a six-eared macaque? I glanced at the little monkey and secretly felt amazed. It seems that the two family is truly full of hidden talents. A little monkey that appears randomly has such a big background, and it's actually the predecessor of the six-eared macaque. Yes, the spirit monkey is born with a knack for listening. It can observe, foresee, know the past and the future, but this is not a natural skill, but is cultivated later. When the spirit monkey cultivates two ears, it has reached the first important realm, the ability to listen. Wherever it appears, within a 50-meter radius, any tiny sound cannot escape its ears. The immortal Shunfang are recorded in Journey to the West is originally the two-eared macaque. When it cultivates four ears, it has completely opened its intelligence, is good at imitation, understands reasoning, and can even speak through your mouth. When it cultivates six ears, it can know everything and predict the future. Tumok said, he seemed to be in a very good mood, that he could explain so much to me. But this was very unusual. I suddenly became sober, looking at him warily. What dangerous thing do you want me to do again? Every time he seriously explains something to me, nothing good happens. Based on his evil nature, if he doesn't need me, he wouldn't want to talk to me so much. No, why do you ask that? Tumok was still laughing ha, but suddenly his expression darkened when I asked him this, looking at me speechless. You really don't need me to do anything? I still didn't dare to believe him. After interacting with him for so long, I basically understood his nature, unpredictable mood, terribly evil. In short, every time he wants to use me, he treats me unusually well. Is there something wrong with your head? Since coming to Jiangmin, have I needed you to do anything? Isn't it always me who has helped you solve the problem? Tumok saw that I still didn't believe him. His face immediately darkened. His tone was no longer pleasant. I suddenly felt nervous in my heart, just talking about his unpredictable mood. This was a sign of anger. Although I still had questions in my heart, I didn't dare to continue showing it. Quickly and cheerfully moved closer to him, smiling and said, That's right. You helped me find my sister's body, and helped her soul escape from control. Although you couldn't save her when she was alive, I should still thank you. That's more like it. Tumok coldly snorted, reluctantly satisfied. Then he waved his hand at the little monkey on the tree, calling it down, and said to me, "I told you so much because I wanted to give you the four-eared macaque. It's not good at other things, but its hearing is extremely good. What's more suitable for running away than that? You're so stupid. If you encounter danger and I'm not by your side, you can still escape early." "You're the stupid one," I replied softly. While talking, the little monkey had jumped down from the tree and jumped into my hand, its big, clever eyes curiously observing me. So cute. I looked at the small, fluffy thing in my hand, overjoyed. According to what he said, this little monkey has cultivated 4 ears. It can be very powerful, and he just gave it to me like that. I was so touched, but he already gave it. Why did he have to call me stupid? Moreover, he just said he wouldn't be by my side when I was in danger, so where would he go? I suddenly felt a little reluctant, teasing the little monkey while asking Tumok where he was going, why he wouldn't be by my side when I was in danger. I said, "You're stupid and you still don't admit it. I'm just being cautious. Can I always be by your side? What if you encounter danger while taking a shower? What if you encounter danger while going to the bathroom?" Tumok scolded. While scolding, his hand also tapped my nose hard. Chapter 36. Old Show's Prophecy. I pounded my nose until it hurt. Annoyed, I rubbed my nose and continued eating. But after confirming that he was just being cautious, I focused all my attention on the little monkey. Although it was said to be a 4-eared macaque, it looked like any other small monkey, covered in light yellow fuzz, with small, round ears on each side of its head, not 4 ears. It looked at me with great excitement, or more precisely, at the instant noodles in my bowl, as if it really wanted to eat. I swallowed a few mouthfuls and wasn't hungry anymore, so I pushed the bowl of noodles in front of the monkey and asked, "Do you want to eat this?" "Chirp, chirp." The monkey squeaked, quickly sticking its little claws into the bowl, picking up the noodles to eat. After it finished eating the noodles, Sumu said, "Give it a name. From now on, you're its owner." Hairball. I glanced at the monkey and said, "I really didn't have a talent for naming things." The monkey chirped twice, making a very shrill sound, as if protesting. It clearly didn't like that name. Hair egg, hair pants, hair string. I came up with a series of names, but the monkey bared its teeth at me every time, clearly disliking names starting with hair. I was too lazy to name it, so I said directly, "Just call it 6 ears, so it can strive to cultivate into a 6-eared macaque as soon as possible." This time the monkey seemed to understand, nodding at me and clapping happily. After naming it 6 ears, I packed up my sister's ashes, preparing to take 6 ears with me to my uncle's house. Unexpectedly, Sumu didn't let me take 6 ears, saying that since I had just named it, we didn't have a good understanding yet, and it couldn't be taken out casually. He would give me a monkey training manual later to tame 6 ears as the book instructed. Only when we had a good understanding could I take it out. Okay. Although I really liked 6 ears, I had serious business to attend to at my uncle's house later, so I couldn't take it with me. I had to let it go back to the tree. Then I hugged the box of ashes and went to my uncle's house with Sumu. Because my sister's fate was still unclear, my parents had been staying at my uncle's house these past few days. As soon as we entered the house, my mother was the first to stand up and ask me, "Is there any news? Have you found her?" I nodded, turned to look at my aunt, and unconsciously clenched the box of ashes I was holding. Aunt had become very thin and haggard. When she saw us, she rushed over. Before she could open her mouth to ask, her eyes landed on the box of ashes in my hand, and her legs went limp, almost causing her to fall to the ground. Aunt's voice was very bitter. She could only utter those 2 words and didn't dare to ask further. I nodded, placed the ashes on the table, and quietly recounted the cause of my sister's death. Only, I completely told a different version. I originally intended to tell everything my sister had gone through, But after thinking about it, I was afraid my uncle and aunt wouldn't be able to accept such bad news, so I simply said my sister had drowned, perhaps because her previous mental problems hadn't been completely treated, so saying it this way would probably be easier for them to accept. Although the pain of losing a daughter was the same, at least they wouldn't harbor hatred in their hearts, nor would they think about seeking revenge on the widow Wang. After all, the widow Wang wasn't an ordinary person. Even the police couldn't do anything to her, so what could my uncle and aunt do? Aunt still trusted me very much. After learning that the ashes were indeed my sister's, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Uncle wept like a rain, hugging my sister's ashes and silently shedding tears. In the following days, Sumu and I stayed at my uncle's house, comforting my uncle and aunt, and helping to arrange my sister's funeral. It wasn't until the memorial service for my sister that their mood improved slightly. It was at that moment that I suddenly received a phone call, saying they were looking for Sumu. The voice wasn't Su Tuan's or Su Sheng's. I immediately became curious. If it wasn't someone from the Su family, did other people in the world know Sumu? I tilted my head to find Sumu, handed him the phone, and said, "It's for you." After speaking, I didn't leave. I just stood there waiting beside him, eavesdropping, wanting to know who the caller was. Sumu took the phone, said, "This is he," then spoke for a while, and hung up. I suddenly felt curious and asked Sumu who was looking for him. Were there other people in the world who knew him? Sumu was in a very good mood after hanging up. Seeing me ask, he gave a mysterious smile and replied, "I don't know them, but they're coming to give me money. After your sister's funeral, just come back to the company with me, and we'll see who it is." After speaking, he reached out and patted my head. Suddenly being patted on the head like that, my little heart was about to jump out. Although he was wearing Wang Wen's face, the feeling of being patted on the head was really nice, like being cherished. But what excited me even more was that he said that person was coming to give him money. He didn't even know the person, so why would a stranger want to give him money? I was dying of curiosity, but it was time for my sister's funeral, so I didn't ask Sumu anymore. After my sister's funeral, after we took my parents and my uncle and aunt home, it was almost noon. Sumu drove like the wind the whole way. When we arrived at the entrance of Su Sheng's company, sure enough, there was a middle-aged man in his 40s standing at the company entrance. He was a bit fat and not very tall, wearing a dark floral suit, exuding an air of extravagance. It was obvious at a glance that he was rich. Only, his face looked extremely haggard at the moment. After he saw Sumu, he was clearly stunned for a moment, then smiled and asked, "Are you Sumu?" "Yes, Mr. Show. Right. Sorry to keep you waiting. How about we go downstairs and talk while we eat?" Sumu replied. Then he gestured for Mr. Show to enter the elevator. I had been busy all morning and was really hungry. Seeing Sumu say we were going to eat first, I felt extremely happy. Mr. Show seemed to have been waiting for a long time, nodding and saying that he had the same idea, and had already booked a room in the restaurant downstairs, just waiting for us to accept. With that, he entered the elevator, taking us downstairs. I couldn't help but change my view of Mr. Show. As expected of a businessman, he was very thoughtful. After sitting down at a table in the restaurant, the waiters quickly brought up the exquisitely prepared dishes. After exchanging a few polite words with Mr. Show, I finally learned his identity. It turned out that his name was Shou Keat, and he owned a chain of large supermarkets in Jiangmin. My parents and I often went to his supermarkets to buy things. There were more than a dozen branches in Jiangmin, and his business was very prosperous. Only, not long ago, one of his supermarkets suddenly exploded, burning 3 on-duty employees to death. Fortunately, the supermarket exploded in the middle of the night, and there weren't many people in the store. Otherwise, if it had exploded during the day, the number of deaths would probably have been more than just 3. At the time, this matter was even on the Jiangmin news, and it was shared wildly on friend lists, but I was busy with Sumu seeking revenge on the widow Wang at the time, and didn't pay attention to it. Unexpectedly, after a few days, that boss was sitting in front of us. You've probably heard about the explosion at our supermarket, right? To be honest, before the supermarket exploded, I received a notification, but I thought someone was deliberately playing a prank and didn't take it seriously. Who knew the supermarket would really explode? Mr. Shou said, a forced smile flashing across his face. I was suddenly confused by him and interjected, "Someone notified you before the explosion? Someone deliberately caused the explosion? Then why didn't you report it to the police? Why did you come to us?" Only then did Mr. Shou notice me. Then he looked at Sumu hesitantly and asked, "This is my wife," Sumu replied. "Oh, my apologies." Mr. Shou smiled at me, then a forced smile swept across his face again, and he said, "The matter is certainly not that simple. To be specific, we have to start a month ago. It turned out that Mr. Shou's father had died of cancer a month ago. He was so rich that he would naturally find a feng shui master to choose a prosperous feng shui location to bury his father. There was originally nothing to say. The feng shui master chose a very auspicious burial site. After burying his father and finishing everything was smooth sailing. But a few days later, he kept dreaming about his father, who told him that he wasn't living well in the underworld. The underworld was too hot, always burning him, and told Mr. Shou to bring him home. Mr. Shou had never died before, so how would he know if the underworld was hot or not? But the person was already buried, so how could he bring him home? After dreaming of seeing his father several times, Mr. Shou really had no other choice, so he went to a funeral shop and bought a lot of paper electric appliances like air conditioners and refrigerators. Afraid that his father wouldn't have money to spend down there, he bought a bag of underworld money and burned it for his father. After having air conditioning and a refrigerator, his father indeed stopped coming to find him. Just when he thought his father's matter was over, his son suddenly fell ill, his whole body covered in blisters, as if he had been burned. He and his wife took their son to the hospital for examination. The conclusion they received was that he was infected with the chickenpox virus. Normally, it's called chickenpox, but his son had chickenpox when he was young, and the disease had lifelong immunity, so he shouldn't have gotten it again. Under Mr. Shou's insistence, the hospital had to puncture the blisters on his son's body and conduct another test. The test results were shocking. The fluid on his son's body didn't contain the chickenpox virus at all. All the fluid was exactly the same as the substance after being burned, which meant that the blisters all over his son's body weren't caused by illness but by being actually burned. This was strange. His son was peacefully at home, not burned by anything, so why was he suddenly burned to the point of being covered in blisters? His son didn't understand why either, but those blisters spread very quickly. Originally, only his legs and arms had blisters, but after those 2 days of examination, his back and chest also began to be affected. His son was in so much pain that he couldn't sleep, and even lying on the bed was difficult, because his whole body was covered in blisters, and no matter which part touched the bed, the blisters would burst, causing infection. This made Mr. Shou's whole family uneasy. Mr. Shou didn't care about business and took his wife and son everywhere to seek medical help. It was one evening before his store exploded that he suddenly dreamed of his father. According to Mr. Shou's description, his father was very skinny at the time, becoming skin and bones. And his father came to find him only to say 2 things to him. One was that his supermarket was about to explode, and his career would be destroyed in an instant, and the other was that his whole family would die, and his son would be the first. After speaking, his father disappeared. As a result, that night, his supermarket exploded. The next morning, Mr. Shou received the news, and his whole body froze. But it wasn't because the supermarket explosion caused heavy losses, but because his father's words had come true. If the first sentence had come true, then how far away was the second sentence? Chapter 37. The Cauldron of Misfortune. It was only now that Boss Shou realized there might be a problem with the feng shui of his father's grave. He asked around everywhere, seeking a trustworthy feng shui master to examine what exactly had happened to his family. The family had always been known for their geomancy in Jiangmin. Mok had mentioned this many times before: examining residences, exorcising demons, seeking good fortune and avoiding calamities. They did it all. Moreover, just by looking at Thing's heaven-defying office, one could tell he was involved in big business. However, whether Boss Shou didn't have wide connections or thought the family charged too much, none of the feng shui masters he initially sought out were from the family. After hearing his story, the other feng shui masters followed him to inspect his father's grave. With just one look, they declared that his family's grave was an ill-omened one, a notorious cauldron of misfortune according to feng shui principles. Boss Shou finally understood. Not daring to trust the words of just one master, he turned his back on that feng shui master and sought another to examine the grave. This time, everyone's views were consistent. They all concluded that his family's grave was ill-omened and needed to be moved. According to Chinese tradition, the elderly emphasize returning to the earth with joy after death. Once buried, it's usually not easy to move the grave. However, Boss Shou was currently being targeted, and his father's words to him had already come true, so he could only move the grave. But it was precisely at this moment that trouble arose. The workers Boss Shou hired to dig up the grave all suffered from collective stomachaches as soon as they arrived at the cemetery. With great difficulty, a few strong young men, after recovering from their stomachaches, began to work, only to suddenly act as if possessed, using their iron shovels to stab each other's legs. In the end, the grave hadn't even been dug up, and the workers were all injured. One worker even had his toe chopped off. At this point, even the feng shui master was frightened and fled back home. When Boss Shou went to find him, the master decisively returned all the money he had received, frankly stating that he couldn't handle the job and invited Boss Shou to find a more capable master. After Boss Shou recounted everything, he looked at Mok with a worried face, probably thinking that Mok was quite young and didn't look like a highly accomplished master. Cauldron of misfortune. Mok repeated these words once, then smiled and said, "I can take this job, but I have to talk about the fee beforehand." As he spoke, the corner of his eye actually glanced at me, his face full of provocation. "Ugh, what's there to show off? It's just a customer who came to our door." I pouted, showing disdain, but in my heart, I was actually going crazy with joy. He said he could take this job and had to talk about the fee beforehand. So it turned out that he made money so easily. Of course, as long as you can guarantee the safety of our family, money is not a problem. "Just name your price," Boss Shou said excitedly. "Talk to my wife about the fee. As long as she's happy." Mok waved his hand again, directly pushing Boss Shou to me, looking as light as a cloud, not caring about money at all. I almost choked on my rice. "What do you mean, talk to me, as long as I'm happy?" Could it be that he intended to give me the money? I suddenly became excited, immediately swallowed the rice in my mouth, and looked at Boss Shou nervously. "Miss Oi, you name a figure. As long as Shou Keat can afford it, I will definitely agree," Boss Shou said, seeming to have really run out of options, speaking relatively frankly. At this time, I felt embarrassed. I was just an ordinary university graduate, with no research on feng shui at all, and I didn't know the market price. It was just helping to dig up a grave, so I probably couldn't ask for too much money, right? However, he also mentioned something about a cauldron of misfortune, which sounded very dangerous. Moreover, moving this grave was related to the lives of his family, so it didn't seem simple. After thinking it over, I opened my mouth and said, 45 million dong, Vietnamese dong, Is that okay with you? 45 million was the amount that was originally in my bank card. Now that Amok had spent all the money in my card, it wasn't too much to ask him to pay it back. However, after I gave the number, Amok coughed violently. He choked after drinking water. Boss Show also looked at me in surprise, even revealing a hint of doubt on his face, but he quickly recovered and smiled, saying, "Okay, I'll give you the deposit now. I'll personally bring you the rest after the grave is moved." After saying that, he took out 2 stacks of Vietnamese dong and handed them to me respectfully. My heart suddenly beat very fast. The 2 stacks of Vietnamese dong were all wrapped in bank-sealed paper. 1 stack was 30 million, and 2 stacks were 60 million. I was taking 45 million, and he was even paying an extra 15 million. Moreover, he also said that this was just a deposit, and the rest would be given after the job was done. Could it be that I asked for too little? I excitedly gathered all the money, took out 15 million to return to Boss Show, but Boss Show refused to take it no matter what, saying that this 15 million was for us to keep as operating expenses, to buy some necessary supplies for the job, and if it wasn't enough, we could find him for more. I was really both happy and worried. This was 60 million. Remembering the past 3 years of part-time work in college, I had only saved more than 30 million. Now, 60 million could come into my hands so easily. Although it wasn't considered too much, for me, these 2 thick stacks of money were still extremely exciting. On the other hand, Amok, with a gloomy face, looked at me from the side and criticized, "No ambition." I was happy now, so it didn't matter if he scolded me. I collected the money, in a very good mood, and my appetite suddenly improved. I devoured a meal. After eating, Boss Show asked Amok if he needed any preparations. Amok frankly said no, let's go see the grave first and then decide. After saying that, he asked Boss Show to drive us there. Boss Show immediately nodded, hurriedly taking us to his father's grave. It could be seen that Boss Show was really worried, probably because his son's condition was very serious. I hugged the money and smiled for a while, and finally calmed down, asking Amok what exactly the cauldron of misfortune was, and why it had such a great impact on later generations. Before meeting Amok, I wasn't too convinced of these things about ghosts and gods, and even less so of Feng Shui. But now I had actually seen ghosts and changed my view of Feng Shui. That cauldron of misfortune could actually make ordinary young men suddenly go crazy, so it seemed that it was caused by ghosts. The cauldron of misfortune is a term in the field of Feng Shui, specifically referring to a location that is high on all sides and low in the middle, shaped like a cauldron. Generally, the terrain is divided into 2 extremes, one being very auspicious and the other being very ominous, differing entirely on whether there are trees on the high ground, Amok said. As soon as he finished speaking, Boss Show, who was driving, nodded and said, "Master is indeed amazing, speaking absolutely correctly. My father's grave is indeed high on all sides and low in the middle, and there isn't a single blade of grass within 50 meters of the grave. It's tough for you. This kind of terrain belongs to a rare ill-fated land, and you were able to stumble upon it. Even someone with a little knowledge of Feng Shui can tell that the Feng Shui here is not good. Did the Feng Shui master you invited especially choose this place for you? Have you offended someone?" Amok said. Boss Show smiled bitterly. "I also find it strange. I don't know him at all, and I paid him according to his requirements, so why would he want to harm me like this? But when I went to find him, he had already disappeared. Now even his phone number is a dead line. Well, he has harmed my family so badly. How could he still show up?" After Boss Show finished speaking, he sighed repeatedly, then said nothing more, driving with great concentration. 2 hours later, the car finally stopped in a large mountainous area. This was the western outskirts of Jiangmen, surrounded by mountains, with many scenic spots nearby. However, Boss Show's family grave wasn't next to a scenic spot. This was completely a wild mountain area. After learning about the cauldron of misfortune, I especially observed the terrain. It was exactly as Ramak said. The surrounding mountains were layered upon layered, and the only place we were standing was a pit. Moreover, the surrounding mountains were all barren mountains. Originally, there were actually quite a few trees planted on the mountain, but they had all been cut down, leaving only a few dead stumps. What was even more special was that, although there were no large trees around this mountain, some wildflowers and weeds grew relatively lush. Only the plot of land where Boss Show's father's grave was located was full of rocks, looking unusually desolate. Even weeds didn't grow. Even if I didn't understand, I could tell that this wasn't good land. Hamok seemed to have known this would be the result. Without delay, he went straight to the front of Boss Show's father's grave, walked around the grave once, then reached out and gently knocked on the tombstone twice. Then a small whirlwind rose from the grave, and the surroundings became cold. After the whirlwind passed, there was an old man of about 70 or 80 years old next to the grave. I saw the old man suddenly widen his eyes. Needless to ask, this must be Boss Show's father. He was indeed like Boss Show, as thin as a dried corpse, his skin wrinkled all over, like being wrapped in a layer of bark. A layer of gloomy yin energy was mixed in his body. Originally, his eyes were very dull, but after seeing Amok, his face suddenly changed, and then he bent his knees and knelt down in front of Amok. I was immediately even more surprised, staring blankly at Amok and the old man. After seeing Amok knock on the tombstone, Boss Show next to me asked me, "What's wrong with Master? Why is he just looking at the tombstone and not moving? Isn't your father out already? Can't you see him?" I asked Boss Show strangely. Boss Show shook his head blankly. I was shocked, thinking that I had just been seeing things, but I rubbed my eyes and looked towards Amok. There really was an old man kneeling in front of Amok, sobbing and choking as he said something. I could be sure that the old man was Boss Show's father, and a ghost. But Boss Show couldn't see ghosts. Why could I see ghosts? Was it because of Amok? Moreover, I could clearly see the yin energy. The yin energy on the old man was very weak, with only a thin layer of gray. If Amok hadn't covered the old man with the dark yin energy on his body, I guess he wouldn't have dared to appear in the sunlight. Unfortunately, I could only see his appearance, but couldn't understand what he was saying. Back then, after my cousin was not controlled, she also had to rely on Amok to translate in order to talk to me. It seemed that ordinary ghosts were relatively weak and would have no way to connect directly with humans. After the old man talked to Amok for a while, I saw that Amok's face, which originally had a smile, had gradually become serious. Then he said a few words to the old man and asked him to go back. When he returned to my side, the smile on his face had long disappeared, and he frowned as he observed Boss Show, asking him, "Do you have something else you're hiding from me?" Boss Show froze, then his face suddenly changed, panicking and saying, "No. I've said everything I need to say." "Are you sure? This cauldron of misfortune was clearly man-made. Moreover, your father just said that he is now being burned by flames every day, being thrown and soaked in a cauldron, suffering unspeakable torment. Who did you offend? To make someone hate you so much that they don't mind endangering their own life to ruin your family?" Amok said indignantly. "I really don't know. Maybe someone is jealous that I have money, so they played tricks on me. Master, as long as you can help me move the grave, you can have as much money as you want. As long as I have it, I'll give it." Boss Show's face became even more panicked, saying. Then, seeing that Amok's expression hadn't changed at all, he turned to me and said, "Miss O, the price is easy to talk about. As long as this matter is resolved, I'm willing to pay 600 million, no, 1.5 billion Vietnamese dong." Chapter 38. Heavenly Justice, Certain Retribution. He finished speaking, his face full of anticipation as he looked at me. 1.5 billion. That's... My heart skipped a beat, even a little excited, wanting to slap his hand and agree with Basu right away. But this wasn't about money anymore. Sumu had said someone was willing to risk everything for revenge against Basu, clearly indicating that Basu had angered someone, leading to this retribution. Moreover, seeing Basu's shifty, secretive demeanor, it was obvious he was at fault. I didn't dare agree, stating directly, "This isn't a matter of money, Basu. You're obviously still hiding something from my husband. Tell us now, or the longer it drags on, the more dangerous your son's life will be. Children are usually innocent." I really don't know. Seeing that I wouldn't agree, Basu became anxious. The perfect image he'd always maintained crumbled a little, like an auntie about to make a mess in the village. "Luoying, give him back the money. Let's go," Sumu said directly, then took my hand, really about to leave. This was getting serious. I felt a little troubled, but I still did as Sumu said, taking out 60 million to return to Basu, following Sumu back. This was a remote mountain area. It took us 2 hours by car to get here. Now that we'd had a falling out with Basu, we could only walk back. Basu watched us leave without trying to stop us or offering us a ride back. He just glared as we walked along the mountain road that seemed to have no end. I lamented inwardly. Luckily, I had Sumu with me, so the walk wasn't too boring. Holding Sumu's hand, I asked him what the old man had said to him earlier. He'd initially agreed to try to help exhume the grave, so why the sudden change of heart? He didn't say anything. Sumu replied frankly. I was suddenly speechless. How could he have said nothing? I clearly saw the old man kneeling before him and saying something. Was he taking advantage of the fact that I couldn't hear ghosts? But thinking of this, I suddenly remembered another question, asking him, then why can't I see ghosts? Basu didn't see his father just now. Because you're my wife, tainted by my yin energy, Sumu said. But I've heard that too much yin energy isn't good. If I'm tainted by your yin energy, will I become a short-lived ghost? I asked again. To be honest, Widow Wang had told me that living people tainted by yin energy would have a shortened lifespan. I knew I shouldn't believe her, but since the topic came up, I just asked. Unexpectedly, Sumu, who had been walking, suddenly stopped, turned to look at me, and smiled, saying, "Who told you that?" My heart felt like it had been struck hard. Even though he was smiling, I still felt an inexplicable danger, so I had to honestly say, Widow Wang said it. Do you believe it? Sumu smiled again. I shook my head like a rattle drum. Of course not, I was just curious, just asking casually. If you don't want to talk about it, never mind. What she said is true, Sumu said. This time it was my turn to be stunned. Sumu actually said that what Widow Wang said was true, that I would really die young from being tainted by Sumu's yin energy. I really didn't want to die young. I suddenly didn't know what to say, feeling very complicated as I looked at Sumu. He had agreed to let me go after finding Linyaner, and he had even promised that I could live to die a natural death. But was I really going to die young? He was just deceiving my feelings. I suddenly became very uncomfortable, not because I might not live long, but because I had trusted Sumu, and he had actually deceived me. If you become a ghost after death, would you still be willing to be with me? I can inscribe your name on my ancestral tablet. Seeing that I wasn't in a good mood, Sumu suddenly reached out and patted my head, smiling. I'm not willing. You liar. I don't want to be with you, I said angrily, and then I didn't want him to hold my hand anymore, so I pushed him away and walked forward alone. Sumu didn't make a sound behind me. He didn't even chase after me, which made me even angrier. I thought that after this period of living together, our relationship was no longer just master and servant. I even developed some feelings for him, hoping he wouldn't find Linyaner so quickly, so I could be with him for a while longer. But he treated me like this, outwardly being very nice to me, but in reality endangering my life. Then how was he different from Widow Wang? They both wanted to harm people's lives, except he would let me die more comfortably. The more I thought about it, the more heartbroken I became, and my eyes welled up with tears. But Su Mu, after a moment of silence behind me, suddenly hurried to my side, pulled me back, and said with a smile, "Silly, think about why I gave you lure. It's not just because its hearing is excellent and it can escape danger, but also because it's an ancient spiritual monkey, possessing both yin and yang energies. When your body can't withstand my yin energy, it will use its yang energy to balance the yin energy in your body and save your life. I once said that I can't make you live to be 100 years old, but I can make you die a natural death. I thought you would believe me." After saying that, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Don't worry, I won't occupy you for too long. I'll find Linyana soon, and then I'll let you go." After saying that, he took my hand again, not saying anything more, just silently leading me forward. The atmosphere was a bit stifling, and I suddenly felt a little sad. I didn't know what I was doing anymore. I graduated from university and followed Wang Wen home to meet his parents. If I hadn't met Su Mu, I probably would have been discussing marriage with Wang Wen by now. Maybe I would have been engaged to Wang Wen by now. But Su Mu's appearance had stirred up a wave of spring in my heart. I couldn't help but develop feelings for him, but no matter how good he was still a ghost after all, only here to find Linyana. Even if Linyana wasn't his wife, what would happen after he found Linyana? Wouldn't he have to return to the underworld, from then on forever separated from me, never to be seen again? Thinking of this, my heart felt like it was being pricked by needles, the pain indescribable. It seemed I had to control my emotions. Su Mu was a ghost, and loving me now was just to use me. Even if he was handsome and treated me very well, I couldn't continue to harbor any restless thoughts about him. After all, I was Wang Wen's girlfriend. Even though I realized after meeting Su Mu that I didn't really love Wang Wen, wasn't our relationship built up slowly from the beginning? The feelings weren't deep now, it just meant that the time spent building them wasn't enough. I secretly made up my mind to maintain a distance from Su Mu, and then I pushed away Su Mu's arm that was holding my hand, saying, "I can walk by myself." Su Mu looked at me with a little surprise, but after seeing my expression, he suddenly understood something, smiled softly, and didn't say anything, just clearly slowed down, keeping pace with me. Just as I was mentally prepared to walk all the way home, the sound of a car horn suddenly came from behind me. Immediately afterward, Basu's car screeched to a halt beside us, and he said hastily, "Master Su, I'll tell you everything, please save my family." As he spoke, Basu's tears streamed down his face like rain. I became even more puzzled. Had Basu taken the wrong medicine? He had been silent when we left just now, glaring at us as we left. How could he have changed so much in less than an hour? Su Mu looked at Basu again, seeming to understand something, and said to me, "Get in the car first." After saying that, he opened the car door, gesturing for me to get in. Although I was a little awkward being together with Su Mu now, I couldn't resist my curiosity and still obediently got into the car. Seeing us get into the car, Basu suddenly turned the car around, driving back toward his father's grave, crying as he drove, "Master Su, I just received a call from the hospital. My son is dying. I know what you want to ask. I'll tell you everything. But now you have to exhume my father's grave first. It might be too late if we delay any longer." As he spoke, he drove as fast as he could, as if he couldn't wait to fly to his father's grave. I couldn't help but feel a little scared. This was really a mountain road, and on both sides were either cliffs or high rock faces. If the car lost control, it wouldn't end well no matter where it crashed. I ignored my previous determination to maintain a distance from Su Mu, grabbed his arm, and hugged him tightly. Seeing me hug his arm, Su Mu actually looked at me and smiled. The awkwardness from just now seemed to vanish in an instant. He also put his arm around me, and at the same time shot a stream of yin energy into the back of Basu's neck. The yin energy took effect very quickly, and the car slowed down a lot. When we arrived in front of old Manu's grave, Sumu said to Basu, "Tell me the situation first. This malevolent cauldron formation was deliberately set up by someone. Not only is the terrain a malevolent cauldron, but there's also a killing spirit here. If we can't find the person who set up the malevolent formation, your father's grave can't be exhumed." Ah! Basu had long been crying his eyes out. Hearing Sumu's words, he collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. After a long while, he finally spoke. "This is my fault. Last summer, there was heavy rain, and a lot of soil and rocks were washed away in the nearby mountains. At that time, we had a pile of expired chicken legs in our store that we planned to throw away. But at that time, our merchant association wanted to organize a disaster relief activity right in a village somewhere nearby. Because I wanted to gain a good reputation, I combined those expired chicken legs with food that was about to expire and donated them to the disaster-stricken mountain area. Originally, we merchants would often organize some activities to help the poor and provide disaster relief to build a good public image. Everyone would donate food that was about to expire, and nothing had ever happened from eating it before. Who knew that this batch of chicken would cause trouble? Not long after the donation, someone from the mountain area came to me, saying that the old and young people in their village who ate the chicken I donated all got leukemia, and many had died. They asked me to give them money to treat their illness. Think about it, master, the old and young people of the whole village, and it was leukemia. That disease is a bottomless money pit. Besides, they said it without any evidence. Why should they say that there was a problem with the chicken I donated? I had donated a lot of food that was about to expire before, and nothing had ever happened. I even thought they were trying to scam and extort me. That's really what I thought at the time. Later, the matter became more and more noisy. A group of people with leukemia died in the hospital, and my batch of goods was also found to have quality problems, with food additives exceeding the standards. At that time, those people had solid evidence and started to sue. I was scared, so I used money and connections to forcibly suppress the matter. Then almost all of those people with leukemia died, and the survivors were all poor and had no way to catch me. The matter just passed like that, and I didn't take it to heart, until after my father died and came back to me in a dream, saying that heavenly justice is a cycle and retribution is certain. Then I remembered this matter. Chapter 39. The Devil Bat Guardian. He finished speaking and continued to sob, as if his whole world had collapsed. I was also very surprised. He actually donated expired chicken drumsticks to the disaster victims, and even said it was a common trick used by merchants to gain a good reputation without actually wanting to spend money, not even caring about the lives of the disaster victims. Those disaster victims had already suffered severe losses from the landslides, plus the lack of clean water after the disaster made them vulnerable to infectious diseases, and with expired food and food containing excessive additives, those terrible things were like adding frost to snow for the disaster victims. Even more hateful was that after everything happened, he didn't want to compensate, preferring to use money to find connections to suppress the victims' complaints, and unwilling to spend money to treat their illnesses. No wonder he refused to talk about it before, because he himself was worse than a pig or a dog. I was so angry that I was about to vomit blood. Seeing him crumpled on the ground looking so pathetic, I still didn't feel satisfied. I even wanted to just leave with Sumak and not take the money. Let his family stay there and wait to die. But Sumak was very calm. Seeing my anger, he reached out and placed his hand on my back, guiding a gentle stream of cold air that enveloped me and flowed down my back to soothe me. With his cold air, the fire that was stuck in my chest finally eased a little, and I gradually calmed down. So the person who cast the curse is probably from the village where you donated the chicken drumsticks last year. Do you still remember the specific address of that village? Take me there, Sumak said. I immediately pulled Sumak back, wanting to ask him why he wanted to help this unscrupulous merchant. Sumak glanced at me and said softly, "He brought this on himself. It has nothing to do with his family. Every debt has its debtor. He will face retribution." I looked at him in surprise. I didn't expect him to say such profound words. He was clearly the one who was usually moody and unpredictable, so why was I the one losing my mind in anger now? Seeing that Sumak was still willing to help him, Basu scurried up from the ground, wiping away the tears on his face a few times, and said, I remember the general direction." When he spoke, he became extremely humble, carefully inviting us into his car, and then driving deep into the mountains. The car ride wasn't long. After turning onto a winding mountain road and circling twice, the car stopped at the entrance of a village nestled on the mountainside. This village had suffered from landslides last year, and many people had died. I had already imagined that the situation would be quite tragic. But when I actually set foot in front of this village, the desolation here truly shocked me. The entire village was overgrown with weeds, and the dilapidated mud houses were also covered with weeds. As far as the eye could see, there wasn't a single person. Even without going into the village, I could basically guess that this was a deserted village. This is it. There's probably no one inside. Basu clearly didn't expect that this village would have become like this, his voice involuntarily trembling, as if he was feeling guilty for the unconscionable things he had done. Sumak looked back at him blankly and said bluntly, "You'd better pray that there are still people in this village. If we can't find the initiator of the curse, your whole family won't be saved." Hearing Sumak's words, Basu's face suddenly turned pale. He had just said that there was no one here, but now he immediately stepped into the village and said, "There are people. There must be people here." After speaking, he went into a mud house to search. Sumak also turned to look at me, instinctively wanting to take my hand and walk. I stepped back and said shyly, I can walk on my own. You go ahead and lead the way. It's not safe here. This deserted village is a gathering place for yin energy. What if a zombie or something jumps out later?" "Aren't you afraid?" Sumak said. The seriousness on his face didn't seem like he was deliberately teasing or scaring me, and the hand he held out didn't drop, waiting for me to take it in the air. Looking at his slender fingers, I really had the urge to grab them, but I had just decided to keep my distance from him, but the situation was so dangerous now. I looked at Sumak's serious face, acted coy for a moment, but finally couldn't resist grabbing his hand and holding it tightly. Sumak smiled then, pulling me along to follow Basu and search the village. It was exactly as I had imagined. It was already a deserted village. We searched 7 or 8 houses and didn't find a single person, not even a rat. Basu's face had turned from pale to green, but he didn't say anything, gritting his teeth and continuing to search, not giving up any hope. I couldn't help but admire him for this. If my parents were in a precarious situation now, and I couldn't find a glimmer of hope in this deserted village, I would probably have collapsed long ago. It seemed that being able to run such a big business, Basu still had some merits. Just when I thought that Basu's family was beyond saving, Sumak suddenly said, "Don't move." Basu was about to push open a dilapidated wooden door that was ajar. After hearing Sumak's words, his whole body froze, his raised foot not even daring to put down, and he looked at Sumak in fear. "Slowly step back." Sumak's voice also lowered a few notches. He was clearly a little nervous, but his expression revealed a hint of excitement. I suddenly became nervous along with Sumak, not even daring to breathe heavily. The dilapidated mud house in front of us was no different from the other houses, and the weeds were almost knee-high. But with Sumak's words, the mud house in front of us suddenly seemed much more orderly. Basu's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He carefully retreated backwards at a slow-motion pace, not daring to make a sound, and asked Sumak, "What's wrong?" "Raise your head and look under the eaves," Sumak said, also raising his head to look. I and Basu followed his gaze and saw a black object hanging under the eaves, like a dried black pig's skin, but if you looked closely, It wasn't hard to recognize that the place where the object was connected to the eaves were two legs. It was a living thing. And if you looked closely, I would quickly find the head of the object hanging down. "It's a bat!" Basu exclaimed. He seemed to have received a great shock, and his whole body stepped back a few steps, but even so, he controlled his voice and didn't disturb the sleeping bat. "This is called the devil bat guardian. It's something that geomancers use to guard the door and warn of danger. With this thing hanging outside this house, the person who cast the curse must be inside," Sumak explained. After speaking, he grabbed my hand tightly, as if worried about my safety, and deliberately pulled me closer to him, then put his arm around me. "What do we do next?" Basu stared at the devil bat guardian, swallowing hard nervously, and asked Sumak. I thought Sumak would tell us something carefully, but he frankly held out his hand in front of Basu and said, "Give me the money. You concealed the truth of the matter, and brought more danger to this business trip for no reason. I have to raise the price." In such a tense moment, I didn't even dare to breathe loudly, but he could actually ask for a price increase at this moment. Even though this was Sumak's usual style, I was still a little speechless. Basu also looked at Sumak in surprise, but he almost didn't hesitate, and immediately agreed to Sumak's request, frankly saying that he would give Sumak 3 billion. Unexpectedly, Sumak was still not satisfied, his hand still outstretched in front of Basu, and said, "I want the money now. You can transfer the money, or write a check. Now I have found the person for you, and the matter can definitely be resolved for you. I guarantee you that I will definitely find a geomantically auspicious place to bury your father, and your son's life will be safe and sound." Basu's face looked very ugly, and he looked at Sumak incomprehensibly. But his son was in a precarious situation, and he couldn't think too much. After a slight hesitation, he said, "I have a check in the car. I'll go get it now." After speaking, he retreated slowly, and after retreating a certain distance, he ran back to his car. I found it strange why Sumak suddenly asked for money like that. Taking advantage of Basu's absence, I asked him what was going on. "For this kind of person, if I don't ruthlessly demand a high price from him, I'd be letting down the disaster victims who died," Sumak said. "But there's no need to ask for money right now. We've already done half the work and suddenly stopped to ask for a price increase. Isn't that taking advantage of the situation?" I swallowed and asked. Sumak seemed to be annoyed by my question, and curled his lips into a faint smile, and said, "What if I just want to take advantage of the situation? Do you have any objections?" "No," I said decisively. This Basu sowed the wind and reaped the whirlwind. Even if he was taken advantage of, it served him right. I didn't have a kind heart, it's just that this was the first time I was doing something unethical and displeasing, and yet I faintly felt a little excited. Basu was very fast, and returned in just a few minutes. This time he was holding a check in his hand, which had already been signed, a full 3 billion, written very neatly. Sumak didn't understand checks nowadays, so he handed it to me, telling me to check it, and if there were no problems, to put it away. I've never really seen what a check looks like in my life, but seeing that the paper of this check was exquisite, and it also had watermarks similar to the renminbi, it must be real. After I glanced at it, I put the check away and nodded to Sumak. "Let's go," Sumak said. After speaking, he took the lead and walked. Only the place where we were standing just now was already the boundary of the Devil Bat Guardian. At this time, Sumak only took a small step, and the Devil Bat Guardian hanging its head under the eaves woke up, screamed, and lunged towards Sumak. My whole body tensed up. The bat was so big that I could even see its sharp claws and sharp teeth. If it bit me, it would definitely not end well. "Sumak, be careful." I pulled Sumak back, dragging him back, wanting to let him retreat back to the safe area, but this safe area was only for when the Devil Bat Guardian was asleep. Now that the Devil Bat was awake, not to mention Sumak, even I and Basu were in danger. Sumak smiled at me, then pushed me away, raised his hand, and released a stream of dark yin energy towards the Devil Bat Guardian, and when it reached the Devil Bat Guardian, it condensed into a black rope, tying the Devil Bat Guardian's wings together. The Devil Bat Guardian clearly didn't expect Sumac to make such a move. After screaming, it still didn't give up struggling. But Sumac's black rope was like the golden rope in Journey to the West. The more the Devil Bat struggled, the tighter it would be tied. In the blink of an eye, the Devil Bat was tied into a rice dumpling, unable to jump around. Sumac, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. I ran to Sumac with a look of worship. Just now, the Devil Bat's aura was so fierce and powerful, but Sumac solved it as soon as he made a move. Basu was even more stunned. He didn't see the black rope that the yin energy condensed into at all. He only saw Sumac point his hand, and the Devil Bat fell to the ground, shivering, not even daring to spread its wings. Master Su, you are truly a master, Basu said excitedly. He couldn't find a suitable adjective to describe Sumac. Calling me a master is still too early. I want to see who dares to hurt my Devil Bat Guardian. Just when we were all very excited, a loud shout suddenly rang out in the mud house, and in the blink of an eye, a skinny figure appeared in front of us. Chapter 40. Strutting around. That person's figure was very petite, and coupled with their thinness, they looked like a miner. However, their voice was very deep, and you'd immediately think they were older upon hearing it. Even stranger, their entire body was enveloped in a heavy aura of yin energy, obscuring 7 or 8 parts of their appearance. Naturally, I couldn't see what they looked like clearly, nor could I tell if they were male or female. Boss Show was startled by them and immediately hid behind Mock and me, cautiously poking his head out. He rubbed his eyes and said, "Why can't I see their face clearly? Unexpected, so it's a vengeful ghost. It's not easy for you to become a vengeful ghost, so why did you have to come looking for trouble with me? We live our lives and don't interfere with each other. We're unrelated." That person stared at Amok for a moment, and after recognizing Amok's identity, their voice softened slightly. "When you take someone's money, you have to help them eliminate disaster." The corner of Amok's mouth curved into a faint smile as he spoke these words. That person suddenly became angry, saying, "You're a dead ghost. What are you doing taking money from the living world? Since you're dead, you should be selling your soul in hell. Why are you causing trouble up here?" After saying that, they became enraged and roared, and the yin energy on their body increased, quickly rushing toward Amok. Amok's expression immediately tightened. He quickly pushed me away, and then yin energy also emanated from his body, forming a layer of iron armor, and he engaged in a fierce battle with that person. That person's strength was certainly extraordinary. When the yin energy of the two collided, there were often small explosions, like the sound of firecrackers during the New Year. But after each explosion, the yin energy between them dissipated a little, and at the same time, some blood burst out like mist. My heart was tense to the point of almost stopping, and my eyes were focused intently on that direction. I didn't even dare to breathe heavily. Amidst all this, Boss Show still came to my side, fearfully asking me, "Did that person just now say that teacher was a vengeful ghost? Isn't he your husband? How can he be a ghost? What's it to you?" I said coldly. I really loathed this Boss Show to the extreme now. Since the money was already received, I didn't need to be polite with him. Boss Show didn't expect my attitude to be like this, and he paused for a moment. But he absolutely didn't dare to provoke me now, because if Amok really was a ghost, provoking me would mean death for him. Even if Amok wasn't a ghost, in front of that dark shadow, without Amok's protection, he would still die. Boss Show was retorted by me like this and remained silent for a few minutes. Then he asked me again, "So, who's more powerful, teacher or that person? He won't lose, will he?" "Of course not," I shouted. Although I didn't know who was ultimately more powerful, Amok or that person, I was very worried about Amok right now, yet this boss show was still incessantly noisy in my ear. I became angry and said, "You better shut your mouth now. If you say another word, I guarantee you won't have a good ending." "You? Why are you saying that? You two have already taken my money, and your husband said he would guarantee our safety." Perhaps he was annoyed by my constant scolding. Boss Show's voice had become stiff. I immediately turned my head to look at him and said in a cold voice, "You actually believe what a ghost says?" Boss Show's expression immediately froze, and he was instantly stunned, staring blankly at me. That's right. This was the result I wanted. I didn't want to pay attention to him anymore and turned my head to watch the battle intently, wondering how I could help Amok a little. That person was also surrounded by thick yin energy, but Amok hadn't said they were a ghost, so they must be a human. As long as they're human, they'll have weaknesses. I turned my head and looked around, seeing if there was anything I could use. What if Amok was at a disadvantage later? In short, I had to do something to help him. Just as I was searching for something that could harm that person, my neck was suddenly gripped by an arm, and Boss Show's vicious voice came to my ear. "Can you guys really save me? If you can't save my family's lives, then you die with my family as a sacrifice." After saying that, his hand exerted more force, tightening around me. In an instant, I couldn't breathe and could only struggle desperately. But Boss Show was a man, and he was over 40 years old, with the strength of an ox. How could I possibly escape from him? Even if I exerted all my strength, I couldn't escape his arm at all, and I didn't even have the strength to try and breathe. I was terrified. All I could do now was let out cries for help, but Amok was still in the middle of a fierce battle with that person, and I couldn't tell who had the upper hand right now. If I casually called for help, it would definitely affect his concentration. After thinking it over, my internal struggle was even more unbearable than the suffocation. Soon, with the lack of oxygen in my body, my head began to feel hazy. As my body became weaker and weaker, I couldn't even make a sound, and Boss Show spoke again. He looked at Amok and shouted, "Teacher!" Then he stared fiercely at him. At this point, my eyes were blurred, and I couldn't see the situation on Amok's side clearly, but I could hear the sound of their fighting had stopped. Then, with a loud thud, someone was sent flying. Was it Amok? My heart tightened. If I caused Amok to be distracted and injured, I really couldn't atone for it even if I died 10,000 times. But now I was being controlled by someone, and worrying was useless. In a daze, I saw a dark figure walking toward me, and I didn't know if it was Amok or someone else. But luckily, whoever was coming, whether it was Amok or someone else, they hated Boss Show. So after that person came over, without saying a word, they directly raised their hand. I didn't even see what he did, and Boss Show screamed miserably, his whole body flying backward. Thump! Another loud thud. Boss Show was slammed hard onto the ground. The sound was like someone falling from the 5th floor. As for me, I escaped from Boss Show's restraint. My legs had long since gone limp, and I collapsed to the ground. I caught a glimpse of that black figure not paying any attention to Boss Show after knocking him away, but instead walking toward me. He supported me with one hand, and then everything went dark before my eyes. Then, a pair of cold lips were placed on mine. Streams of cool, fragrant osmanthus-scented air entered my mouth, and the suffocating feeling that filled me dissipated a lot. After about 2 or 3 minutes, my oxygen-deprived brain finally recovered, and my eyes began to see the scene in front of me. Amok's handsome and ethereal face was in front of me, so close I could barely focus, and his lips were pressed tightly against mine, delivering oxygen into my mouth. "Amok!" I called him vaguely, trying to push him away and telling him I was much better now. But my oxygen-deprived body still hadn't fully recovered, and my limbs were limp. Even if I pushed him, my hands had no strength at all. There was a distant look in his dark eyes. After I pushed him, his eyebrows raised slightly. In the end, he didn't deliver any more oxygen into my mouth, but he didn't let me go either. Instead, he wrapped his arms around me, pulling me tightly into his embrace, and his tongue skillfully probed inside. I was really about to faint again and quickly became immersed in his kiss. He was very gentle, like a fawn exploring a new world. But with the exploration, after he gradually became familiar with the environment, his movements became more and more forceful, no longer satisfied with a simple light kiss. I had difficulty breathing again, struggling to escape his embrace, but his fragrant osmanthus scent repeatedly made me reluctant to leave. In an instant, my face was about to turn red. Just as I was starting to be surrounded by a feeling of suffocation again, Himak finally let me go and said, "Are you feeling any better?" "Oh, I nodded, wanting to say I was feeling better, but he had just kissed me. If I said I was better, wouldn't that be showing that I liked being kissed by him? Even if I really liked it, I couldn't say it. What? Are you still dizzy?" Himak saw that I wasn't speaking clearly and became worried. He cupped my head in his hands, staring seriously at me. Then he saw that my cheeks were flushed and determined that I was still in an oxygen-deprived state. After saying that, he pulled my head down to kiss me. I hurriedly dodged, my face already flushed, and I gasped, telling him I was okay. After saying that, I was afraid I wouldn't be able to control myself, so I quickly looked Himak over, changing the subject and saying, "Are you injured? Was that person very powerful just now? I was almost scared to death." After saying that, my hands randomly patted Himak's body a few times. Seeing that he didn't react at all and there were no bloodstains on his body, I finally felt relieved. "You were worried about me?" Himak grinned again, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at me. "No, I wasn't." I didn't dare to look into his eyes anymore and looked away. Speaking of which, I noticed that the person who had been fighting with Himak just now was actually a woman. She looked at least over 50 years old, her whole body was wrinkled, her body was as thin as a skeleton, and her whole body was covered in wounds. She was lying unconscious on the ground. "Don't worry, although she's a yin-yang master with some skill, in terms of strength, her level is only about equal to a lesser ghost, even lower than my level, so she can't harm me," Himak said. I nodded, but this was the first time I had heard the term lesser ghost, and I asked him what level a lesser ghost was, as it seemed even more powerful than Doo. Himak said, "Of course, Doo is just a minor ghost, that's why she was so scared when she saw me. In the power ranking of ghosts, there are 6 levels: minor ghost, lesser ghost, vengeful ghost, yaksha, ghost king. I'm a vengeful ghost, so under normal circumstances, I won't be injured. But above you, there are still yakshas and ghost kings. If you encounter them, wouldn't you be in danger?" I said worriedly. Himak was a vengeful ghost, and he already had such terrifying power, so what would yakshas and ghost kings be like? Before, I didn't know, so I was always very confident in Himak. Now that I knew that above Himak, there were still 2 levels, yaksha and ghost king, I suddenly felt like those yakshas and ghost kings were like 2 huge mountains hanging over Himak's head. It was like Himak crushing Doo was like crushing an ant, so if yakshas and ghost kings attacked Himak, would it also be like crushing an ant? Thinking of this, I felt scared. Luckily, this time we encountered someone at the lesser ghost level. If we were unlucky next time and ran into a yaksha, Himak wouldn't be able to be as carefree as he is now. It seems like after this deal, we should take on fewer jobs. Even if it's easy for Himak to make money, this is like making money with our lives. If we're unlucky, Himak and I will both die here." Himak saw the serious expression on my face and smiled, patting my head again and saying, "Don't worry, although your husband isn't the most powerful, he's still a force to be reckoned with in the underworld. Yakshas are actually getting rarer and rarer. After I died, I haven't encountered a yaksha once in over 100 years, let alone a ghost king. In the legends of the underworld, there's really only one being with the power of a ghost king, and that's Yama, the ruler of the underworld. Oh, I see. I nodded, secretly sighing in relief. There's only one Yama, who's famous. Of course he wouldn't come to the living world to cause trouble for Mok. And the Yakshaw level is as rare as autumn leaves, nowhere to be found. So, he mocks strength. Wouldn't that mean he could strut around the living world?